Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... Oh, I guess this isn't Lore Week. Welcome to D3. I'm your host, the D3 Runner. I'll be D3ing it up today. Funny story. So last night, while I was winding down for the sleep, you know, that sleeping thing you do at the end of the night, I was like, you know what? I should go ahead and clean up my images and stuff a little bit. So I did so. I was like, alright, I'll go ahead and start cleaning my images up a little bit. And as I was cleaning stuff up, I was being very careful about what I deleted and what I didn't delete. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and delete this and delete this and delete this. Just getting rid of some stuff, reorganizing some stuff. Despite being careful, somehow I deleted the templates for this screen you're looking at right now. This stuff around me and the stuff around the chat up there. Somehow. I'm still not even 100% sure how I managed that. And I'm just freaking out like, oh god, oh god, oh god. But it's okay, you know, I know how to make it. I can just make it from scratch, so I pull up Corel and I start working on it. And I had a search engine running in the background just for the heck of it, just in case So before I realized I deleted, I thought maybe I just moved it somewhere I didn't find. So that's why the search engine was running. I back up my stuff on a regular basis, so I found the backup, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Shakog. So we're back with the backup. Anyways, we're going to just hit the ground running today. So let's watch the end of D3.
Day is won. Diablo is vanquished, and all evil with him.
Evil retreats, but it does not die.
Time will tell.
In the end, it was a mortal heart that saved two worlds from ruin and cast down the prime evil forever. A new day breaks for both angels and men. For mankind's greatest champion, the Nephilim, rose to confront the darkness that we, in our pride, would not face. My brethren, I will take my place among you once again. But this time, as a mortal. Since justice has been met this day, I will now stand as wisdom. On behalf of those who risked all to save us. Forevermore, we shall stand together, angels and men, in the light of this glorious new dawn.
And then everything was good forever. Right?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the black soulstone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough.
I mean, throw it into a star? No, knowing this setting, that would just make the star corrupted, wouldn't it? Notice how they refuse to even get close to it. I kind of like that little touch.
You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished, and you should all run. Malthael. Brother. Why? The Nephilim will stop you. No one can stop death.
The killing began in Westmarch. Of that I am sure. The angels have started a massacre, slaying all they find. I must see it with my own eyes and learn why they have come. There are many questions, and I have little time to act.
Okay. Couple things. First of all, I do have to admit, it actually bothers me almost a little bit. It's not so much the fact that Tyrael decided to bury the Black Soulstone on Earth, or excuse me, on Sanctuary. It's more that there really wasn't any other possibility, right? There's nowhere else for the Soulstone to go, right? Because of the way the setting is made. So, whatever. Yay. As usual, status quo is status quo. Second point. So, as I mentioned before, Tyrael is still technically an angel. Angel soul, angel abilities. Or I should say angel ability, angel qualification. So I mentioned that because that's why he's able to still ascend as an archangel. Although I have a feeling that the only reason he was able to do so is because everyone except for Imperius voted for it. Now, what's funny about this is, as I mentioned before, everyone thought Imperius was going to be a boss, including me, especially back in Act 4. So it's like, yay! And then we didn't fight him. It was like building up to a fight with Imperius. We even had a boss arena and everything. And then, nope, we're going to go fight the D-Man instead. So then we have this expansion. It's like, so the angels are attacking. We're going to go fight Imperius, right? Nope. No, we're fighting Malthael. Now, there was actually, obviously that cutscene was amazing because it's a Blizzard cutscene, but they also did a lot right with that. A lot of little details there. Malthael had actually been looking for this, we'll talk about it later, but basically he'd been looking for several things in order to begin his crusade for some time. And when he finally sensed the Black Soulstone, he basically just beelined in on it. So what was actually happening there, the reason he was so quickly behind them taking it down into the depths, is he was basically following them the entire time it was on Sanctuary, because Malthael was on Sanctuary. Second point. You'll notice that he effortlessly kills mortals, normal mortals, because so Malthael is another in case of an angel that has basically shifted their portfolio. He has become the Archangel of Death rather than the Archangel of Wisdom. His wings are the most obvious visual change. Otherwise, he actually looks pretty much the same as he used to. But he now has direct control over powers of death. Now, he doesn't. This is going to be interesting to comment on because he's actually has less power over death than, for example, the Lich King. In fact, it could be argued he has less powers over death than Kel'Thuzad. This is one of the reasons I'm okay with this. This actually kind of makes a degree of sense because he isn't really the aspect of death like he was the aspect of wisdom. Instead, he has assumed the aspect of death. So he's only got like the surface abilities of death. Does that make sense? In fact, he really only has a couple of base abilities. The first and the foremost is to cause death directly, like he was doing with the mortals, and the second is to consume souls. What Malthael is doing, and will be doing for some time throughout the course of this act, is he's running around consuming as many souls as he possibly can, funneling them all into himself so he can go stronger and stronger and stronger. That's basically it. This is one of the reasons why he has his angels who still follow him, or who currently follow him, running around in this massive crusade. Now, it's actually worth noting, by the way, that most of the angels who follow him have fallen in some way or another. And we're actually going to showcase a couple of examples of that. Some of them have actually grown flesh as a consequence of falling, similar to how Tyrael did. Some of them still have their original form, but are corrupted in another way. Again, we'll showcase an example of that as well. But either way, we're going to see a lot of variances on the angel species in this particular act, most of which are enemies. In fact, the overwhelming majority of which are enemies. And yeah, exactly, Leander. If he really was the true aspect of death, necromancy would be completely invalid. In fact, if he was really the aspect of death, the world would be screwed. Let's talk about his motivation. Now, he's going to say it in his own words later. Don't worry, I do plan to show that off. But in short, what Malthael has decided is that all demonic corruption needs to go away. So that means humanity needs to go away. It's just logical. It just makes perfect sense. That way there will be nothing left but the angels, and everything will be perfect forever, with only half of the equation. Now, obviously, he's not thinking that. But again, as the aspect of wisdom, the fact that things happened that he didn't know about, the fact that things happened that weren't predicted, the fact that it was like, God, it's so hard to explain. It's like if you're walking down the street and the sidewalk melts into some lava, and you just kind of keep walking along the lava effortlessly, as if it was sidewalk. Like everything, as far as your knowledge and your senses, has just been proven fundamentally wrong. Concepts of physics, concepts of reality are just incorrect. And for an angel, that's very deleterious, because an angel has a very linear mindset, which I've been talking about this entire lore run. So Malthael just kind of sees this lava sidewalk, and he's just like, And this is the consequence of that. So he decides to go ahead and purge all of demonic influence, regardless of what it's coming from. Hence, death to all humans, because humans do have demonic pieces as part of their soul. Now, that being said, it is worth noting that this is actually why he didn't kill, and in fact arguably couldn't kill, Tyrael. You notice how he actually pulled out a bit of his soul and examined it, and then let Tyrael go. That's because Tyrael was not actually human, or Nephilim to be more accurate. He was an angel. Remember, mortal body, angel soul, angel abilities. So he's not part of the problem as far as Malthael is concerned. Now, one other little tidbit that's actually interesting is that Eldrain couldn't do anything to Malthael. Now, this I find interesting. There's actually been a couple of competing explanations for this, but I like the original explanation, the one that was given in an interview, I believe at a BlizzCon, just around when Reaper of Souls is coming out. The idea is that Eldrain is, while Eldrain, Tyrael is obviously Angel of Justice and all that, Eldrain is the sword of justice. It's actually arguably more bound to the base concept of just than Tyrael himself is. And the sword could not harm Malthael, which means, from the angelic perspective, what Malthael wanted to do was fully just. Now, obviously, Tyrael himself does not agree with this, but you get the idea. So Eldrain is actually powerless against Malthael because Eldrain agrees with Malthael, for lack of a better way to put it. There's been some other explanations for that, like it cannot harm him because he's super powerful, or because he's simply merged with the souls of the dead, or whatever. I still like that original explanation the best, personally. Because it makes the most sense to me. Because what Malthael is doing does make perfect sense from an angelic perspective. If you ignore everything else, across the board, what Malthael is doing would be for the betterment of the angels, long term. At least from the angelic perspective. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. The guy who went off, he's like, go, find the Nephilim. He's the guy, I can't even remember his name. He's the dude who becomes part of the new Horadrim in the post-game. Stuff. I can't think of his damn name, please forgive me. He's the guy who really keeps eyeballing Kadala for some reason, that guy. And I guess that's it. So here we are, Westmarch. This is arguably the first time we've actually gone to Westmarch. That's him. Loreth, that's his name. And we're going to be going to Kingsport. Do I have the ability to... No, of course I don't. So this is cool. I do like finally being able to see this place. If you've been paying attention, Westmarch and Kingsport have been part of Diablo lore since D1. It's been, this is a long-standing thing. So it's nice to finally be able to go here. In general, I really like Reaper.
Malthael has taken the Black Soulstone. You must come with me.
Too many have died here. I will intervene.
But you and Tyrael need to form a plan. We must find Malthael.
Tyrael should meet me in Westmarch. Go.
It will be done. I swear it.
Oh yeah, and as Dakota pointed out, they're doing some slightly different stuff with the camera angles here, which is kind of neat. Oops.
We're going to die.
That's a good question, Snortutton. And they're dead.
I watched in horror as the guard was struck by the maiden's magic. I heard the sound of his screams until his flesh had dissolved to nothing, and only his armor-clad skeleton remained, his jaw unhinged. Blue mist swirled around his bones, coalescing into new flesh. When at last I cut him down, the phantasmal flesh exploded, leaving only a pile of armor behind.
So we're going to start seeing some brand new enemy types. Not just to the game, but to the entire setting. Because Malthael is basically making new things here.
Into the city.
May I recommend the sewers?
Sure, Lyndon. Sure.
Malthael's fallen angels have brought death to Westmarch, raising an army of reapers from the city's slain defenders. Once, these men and women were our protectors. Now, they are our executioners, scouring the city for every living soul and putting them to the sword.
Oh, I agree, Leander. So...
Not good. Not good at all.
apparently we don't actually go into Kingsport. I'm going to have to say apparently, because... I could have sworn we actually visited Kingsport briefly in Act 5, but whatever. I will accept when I am wrong. Oh, that's a lot of bodies up against the gate there. So, one thing that I do want to mention... Oh, I'm sure, Leander. How many days till BlizzCon? It's on the website. One thing I do want to mention... Takoida already mentioned it in chat, of course. Blizzard's art department is always one of the aspects of their development team that I will praise 100% of the time. They really went above and beyond with this expansion, in my opinion. The doodad usage in this expansion is through the roof. There are so many tiny details everywhere, and I absolutely love just pausing every now and again and just soaking it in. They really, really do some awesome stuff with this.
Don't go out into the streets!
And of course, the new tile sets in general look pretty good, in my opinion. I also happen to admit, although I understand that some people wouldn't like it, I like the overall dead aesthetic they've got going on this entire expansion. Like the whole vaguely bluish, blackish, whitish color tone thing they've got going on is a recurrent theme throughout the entire expansion, as we've already showcased.
It's the end of the world. So many have been killed and the Reapers are everywhere.
Are there other survivors?
General Torian was defending a group of refugees at the old Zakarum cathedral, but they're likely all dead by now.
We'll see.
I mean, again, just soak it in for a second. I don't even know how to explain all this stuff. I don't even have the words. There's stuff everywhere and it's awesome. Moving on. I won't bore you anymore.
Keep moving. I think we lost her. No, no!
Those with demon blood must die.
Well, okay.
Only townsfolk.
But they had demon blood in them. I don't know is the answer, Snordun.
The shadow touched me, and darkness spread across my vision until all I could see was blackness. It gave way to a pale light that sapped my strength. It seemed so easy. But instead, I drew upon the last of my will and fought back. Color flooded back into my sight. The shadow was right before me, and I drove my spear through it.
Okay. Okay, I think I see why I was having a confusion. So, and this is my own fault. I'll admit to my own fault because I'm a terrible, horrible person. So there's Westmarch, and then there's Westmarch. Two separate locations.
The Revenant Shield Guards were once the personal guard of King Justinian IV, appointed to the position for bravery and skill at arms. They accompanied the king at all times, resplendent in their ornate armor, wrought by the finest craftsmen in Westmarch. But most spectacular were their shields, which they unerringly employed in the protection of their king.
Oops, okay. Do I have... I don't. Wow, I'm actually really low level for being in Act 5. Good lord. Of course, we've been on normal difficulty this whole time, so that's not super surprising. Anyway, so yeah, I guess this would be the equivalent of Rome and Rome. There's Westmarch, the nation, and every time I've been using the word Westmarch, like in this entire lore run, I've been referring to the nation, to be more clear. And then there's Westmarch, the city, which is what we're in now. I just sort of automatically assumed we were in Kingsport since it's the major city of Westmarch. But no, we're in Westmarch, in Westmarch. Imagine the address for a second. Where am I? I'm on 35th Westmarch Lane, Westmarch, 55555. I think that's bad. I actually used to live in Indiana, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, 1 second, guys. Sorry, package. I was kind of excited. I wanted to go grab it. A little bit of brightness in the doom and gloom. Okay, you can barely see that. It's the Super Mario Encyclopedia. Just got here. If you go back here, it's like invisible. Don't worry, I won't open this. Oh my god, look, there's actually a thing on... That can wait. That can wait. Focus.
Defend the church! Repel these vile reapers!
How about I make the reapers serve me? Does that sound cool? I'll show Malthael necromancy. Probably not, Baronessa. You know, I wish I could say I was ignorant of what that was.
Ah, we found you.
Hi, Tyrael. How are things?
Well, the world's under attack and people are dying everywhere. It must be time for us to go on another adventure, right?
Oh yeah, by the way, really quick, it's actually been a couple of months since D3 ended. I know it's hard to say that since it was literally milliseconds in between the ending of D3 Vanilla and the beginning of this, but in lore it's been a bit.
I've never seen an attack like this. Why has Malthael unleashed his forces on Westmarch?
Because he feeds on death. Every time his reapers kill, he grows stronger. And with the prime evil gone, Malthael believes this is the perfect time to end the eternal conflict.
Humanity has nothing to do with that war.
I agree.
The church! All the refugees are inside! Follow me!
Doesn't actually say in the necromancer one.
Akarat's bane! This is worse than I feared!
What is it?
See the corpses? And the corpses. And the corpses. And the corpses and the corpses and the corpses.
Stop her!
Nephilim, your soul will be mine.
Piles of them.
We must do everything in our power to slow the Nephilim down, so that the collection of souls is not interrupted. It is the key to Malthael's victory.
Now, Bragwin already mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to mention this here. You'll notice that the moment we remove the Reaper influence here, the colors grow warmer. Again, wonderful praise to Blizzard's art department. They do this consistently throughout the entire act. The idea is anywhere which is kind of having that cold, black, blue...
Just arrived in the city and you're dragging me to church?
look to it, that kind of tint to it, in terms of its palette. Those are places where the essence of, for lack of a better way to put it, death, is just constantly permeating the area. But it can be removed because it's being pushed, for lack of a better way to put it, by the Reapers and by Malthael himself. As soon as it's removed, we're back to being a normal church with lots and lots of bodies. I'm like 90% certain that at least some of the, the 90s edge of Reaper is because of the amount of complaining that happened with regards to the graphics of D3 Vanilla. I'm like almost positive about that. But that is just a theory.
No, not here.
Lore theory.
We must confront Malthael. Where is he?
I know only that he is not in Westmarch. He could have taken the Black Soulstone anywhere in creation.
There are no other clues?
There may be. A sliver broke off when Malthael took the Soulstone. Perhaps by studying that sliver, I can learn his plans.
Then you must remain here. I will do what I can for Westmarch.
Actually, it does, Dakota. It's something I've already talked about. This is the founding of the Zakarum faith. I know it's kind of hard to see. Let me try to get off of it. Gosh darn it. So you can see up here, there's Akarat. There's Akarat right there. And the beautiful, glorious vision of the light he saw, which, as I said, was probably just him seeing an echo of Odyssean's sacrifice. And here's all the people leaning in supplication to him. First the high priests, then you can see the people in armor, that's the paladins, and then the normal people down there. And then, you know, Chakong, the Zakarum faith. It's actually pretty cool that they tossed that in there. Love the art department. I will never stop praising the Blizzard art department as long as they continue to push out high-quality stuff. So, how are things, Tyrael?
Malthael, my brother. He was wisdom, leader of our council, first among angels. And now, he has become this.
How?
After the destruction of the World Stone, Malthael's mood darkened, and he left the heavens frequently. Then he disappeared completely. He must have developed a connection, no, an obsession with human souls.
He was never meant to explore the domain of death. What would Rathmas say if he were here?
Quick aside, by the way. I want to mention just one other thing. So, as I mentioned earlier, Malthael was the leader of the Andros Council. Awesome background stuff, just showing it off there. Very gothic. A lot of gothic stuff going on here. Anyways, so this is not 100% certain, but it is implied that Malthael was the first angel to step out of the Arch. The very first angel, just kind of like Mephisto was the very first demon. If that's true, it could be argued that Malthael is the most angel of the angels. Which, again, makes his decision here make so much more sense. Because, again, angels, mindset, programming, linear thinking, that he is the most angel makes sense. He is the one who would be most inclined to do what he is doing here. Even more than Imperius. Imperius is just a hot-headed idiot. Malthael is actually going about trying to wipe out humanity.
Any progress?
The sliver is still connected to the Soul Stone. As the stone changes, the sliver will change too. Therefore, I can observe what Malthael is doing to the stone, and if we're lucky, even discover his plan.
Oh yeah, one last thing with regards to what Leander said. Now, obviously, my statement was inaccurate when it came to Lord of the Rings, the books, because Saruman does not work that way in the books. But I always liked the idea that Saruman the Wise took the wisest possible course of action to him in the movies. Because it was the wisest possible course of action. As I talked about in my rumination on the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the films, the idea of fighting against Sauron and trying to get together the disparate races which are corrupt and falling apart and have no real leadership and have no real drive and or an ability to fight up against the overwhelming power of Sauron is stupidity. It is not wise. So again, it makes a degree of sense that someone who has the aspect of wisdom would do something like this. Death? Death.
So the Horadrim have returned.
Tyrael rebuilt the Order to help him take the soulstone from heaven, and to protect mankind. After all, you can't be everywhere at once, no matter how powerful you are.
Also, what was I going to say? I mean, obviously, in the books, you're right, Supreme Mook, and my interpretation is literally provably wrong in the books. But, you know, films.
Grace unto you.
At long last, a hero comes to save us. That won't bring my wife back, though, will it?
Well, no.
We stayed to fight, Robert and me, but he fell. And when they started to tear into him, I panicked. I ran.
Many of the survivors here have suffered the same. You should speak to them.
Well, again, Malthael is quite literally broken right now. He is the most classic definition of insane. His brain quite literally does not work correctly. By the way, just a nice little mural there. A lot of little religious Zakarum murals. So remember, Westmarch, the kingdom, was actually founded by Rakkus as part of his attempt to bring the Zakarum faith to the tribes of the West. So it makes sense that religious symbolism would be basically everywhere over here. So.
My library isn't far from here. I was closing everything up for the day when I heard the fighting in the streets. I barred the doors and then squeezed through the back window to escape. But I'll have to come up with something more exciting when I write my official account, won't I?
Westmarch originally grew from the efforts of the great General Rakkus to spread his religion beyond the realms of the East. Seized by the superstitions of the Zakarum faith, he drove his paladins relentlessly across the barbaric western lands, subduing the uncivilized tribes he found there. Ultimately, he became king of them all.
That's a good question, Supreme Mook. I know, Lucas. I just said this. Come on. So, it kind of depends on the nature of the respawn mechanic of the demons, which, remember, we don't actually know that many deep details of. If they respawn immediately, then all they could do is just kind of constantly and endlessly kill, you know, the demons forever, which I suppose, you know, Imperius would be down for. If they respawn slowly, it might actually be within the realm of possibility to basically get ahead of the curve. Kill so many demons and reduce their numbers until all they've got left is wherever they spawn from. And they're just basically like station turrets and soldiers around wherever they spawn and kill them as they spawn to keep the demons under control forever. Like, I could see that, but again, it depends on the specifics of it, which we don't know.
You've heard the legend of the Tomb of Rakkus, haven't you? Its location has never been found. Most scholars think it's underneath Westmarch, but I suspect it's somewhere outside the city. Rakkus was a clever man, after all.
Oh yeah, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, wisdom left the world, but I'm not quite willing to give the writers credit for that.
What was that Death Maiden doing?
She was creating an orb that turns the living into Malthael's death creatures. A single orb can transform hundreds of innocent people every hour, and my men report 2 more of them out in the city.
Soul crucibles. With 2 of them, Malthael has an endless supply of soldiers.
This magic was not meant to be used so. I will not stand for it.
I kind of like the idea that the Necromancer is personally insulted by what Malthael's doing here. Something about that just really appeals to me. Oh yeah, so we're, I guess it doesn't matter yet until we hit Act... Never mind. Ignore me.
I have read spells about crucibles that could enslave the dead. Now angels are using them.
Sadly, yes.
And the Death Maidens as well.
Their story is as tragic as Malthael's. Once the vanguard of his wisdom angels, they followed him down the path to darkness.
Yeah, basically all of Malthael's followers, and a whole lot that weren't his personal followers, decided to join with him on this. And I know that sounds like a strange thing, but think of it this way. The original Archangel, who is the singular leader of all of the angels, says, hey, we should go do this. I'm actually surprised more angels don't follow Malthael as a part of this. Interesting, Dakota.
What's that noise?
What noise? What are you talking about?
Is something on your mind?
Yes, actually. I was just remembering what happened in New Tristram after the falling star hit. I'd never seen Mira so scared. Leah came by later, telling us there were wounded men at the inn.
And your wife still went to help them.
The canon class in D3 is all of them.
I know who was responsible for this. It's the poor. They've summoned these monstrosities to take Westmarch for themselves.
Of course! It makes so much sense! Damn those poor! Like me, I guess.
I can't believe we're still alive, and it's all thanks to you. I thought we would die in that foul-smelling place.
Not that I'm aware, Blue Walrus. Although the Mystic, who you'll notice is absent right now, was actually going to be one of the classes originally.
You are ill at ease, Cormac.
For too long have I lived with the knowledge that my order tortures its initiates and twists their minds. I need to know how high this evil reaches. If my whole order is corrupt, what does it mean to be a Templar? What am I?
You are one of many who believed in serving a righteous cause.
But it wasn't, was it? The guilty will answer for their transgressions. I swear it.
It is good to see you again, though it seems like we are only brought together in the worst of circumstances. But I suppose if times were better, we would never have met.
Did you grab the jewelry at least?
Harold, those monsters were about to kill us.
Well, I would rather be dead than poor.
Me too. Wait.
For a moment, I heard one of my sister's voices. I could not make out the words.
That sounds like magic. Or melancholy. I cannot tell which.
My sisters are gone now, and I am the last memory of a world long since forgotten.
There are many who do not forget the dead, Irena. They serve a purpose, as do we.
Cool.
You ask who's to blame for this doom? All of Westmarch, reveling in sin, worshipping petty idols. The Zakarum are gone, and the order of Malthael now rises. Praise Malthael, and your souls may yet be saved. He spares only the faithful. Donate to the order and prove your conviction.
Do I even need to say anything?
Did you know there were once two moons? Lyria is the one that is no more. I think it's time I told you the whole story of Zai and his master, the god of desire, Durgist.
I thought it was a secret.
Durgist's jewel has appeared again, and the time for secrets is over.
Then I will finally know the truth.
Ah, the truth. So naive.
There was a great gem market here in Westmarch. I spend many a carefree day browsing the aisles. To think that I will never again see all those happy little stalls, those rows of jewels, and those gem cutters.
It's okay. I'm sure Westmarch will be able to resolve itself from what is basically a total apocalypse scenario.
Just do this to us. What are you saying? This is obviously a demon's work.
Now, that tiny little tidbit there kind of helps to hint at something that... Unfortunately, this act doesn't really do a lot of explaining of or examining of, but I find the concept fascinating, because think about this for a second. Remember, demons causing problems is such a normal thing, at least on a small scale, that it's part of normal lingo, right? Like, oh, yeah, demons have caused this to happen. In fact, I imagine a lot of things that weren't actually caused by demons are blamed on demons in this setting, in Sanctuary. Then, in the last 20 years, we've had multiple major demon invasions, including very recently to these events. Then a bunch of angels show up and start killing everyone. First of all, those who actually think they're angels, it would make sense that, crisis of faith, or damn the angels, or we must follow the angels, or whatever. But second of all, it makes more sense to me that most people would probably just look at them and be like, you know what? This is just demons. What else could it possibly be? Bunch of crazed monsters running around killing everyone? Nah, it's demons. I actually feel like there's one other little dialogue tidbit somewhere, so I'm just going to roam for a second. I could be wrong. I feel like in Reaper they stopped doing the side note stuff, and all of it is labeled, but I just want to make sure here. Hi, Nymph.
I found him in the streets. He seemed in a daze, so I brought him here with me, but he's hardly said anything. He's nobility of some sort, but I don't recognize the seal on his ring.
The flames!
The flames? Well, he was covered in soot. Perhaps he escaped from a fire. He never says more than a word or two at a time.
You should kill him and steal his stuff.
Duncraig is just death and horror. I thought I'd be safe here, but we've nowhere left to hide.
Notice the immediate palette difference, by the way.
After years of my pleading, the Angiris Council has finally agreed to send me in search of Malthael. I will not fail in this, as my master's presence is sorely needed in the high heavens. Owing to Malthael's growing fascination with the humans, Tyrael has suggested I begin my search on Sanctuary.
Yeah, this is very strange waypoint placement.
Sometimes I can't decide which of our friends is the most annoying. Hadrig's bitter and Shen eats everything. Somehow you ended up being the most normal. Isn't that strange?
So we'll be entering basically all the side dungeons because there's a lot of random events that can happen in this act. And I want to show off as many of those as possible.
It's good to see you, Master Metan. What have you found?
Death's minions threaten to overwhelm the living, so they must be culled. This beacon will draw many of Death's soldiers here, to their demise. I was about to activate it.
I would be honored to help.
Yeah, exactly, Diesel.
Good fighting by your side, but I have much work left to do. Perhaps we shall meet again someday.
Wait, weren't you out in the desert near Chaldeum?
We didn't actually see that event, but yes, he can randomly spawn in Chaldeum as well. And yeah, I hope we get to see Splinter, but we'll see. Anyways, I would have actually really... I've said this so many times, this lore run. I would have really appreciated if we got more development of the demons and hell and all that fun stuff. Takoida just tossed an idea out in chat. The idea of basically having a demon who is working, well, not so much with us, but, who is supporting our cause, for a price or something.
The attacks are getting worse. They'll reach the survivors soon.
Instead of evil. Now, don't mistake me. I think that black and white serve their purpose in a gray, even in a gray setting. But it would be nice to have, something for the demons other than.
We've been here for days. These people can't last much longer.
Head to the Survivors' Enclave. You'll find safety there.
Yeah, I feel like some of the dungeons are weirdly designed. Like, here's a teleport out to the door, which I can see on the mini-map. Like, just, okay, whatever. And Adria doesn't count. It's not like it has to be every demon, too. It would just be nice, you know? Hi, I'm Bob, the demon. Your name is Bob? Yes, my name is Bob. Thank you for making fun of it. I certainly haven't heard all the jokes down in hell. Okay, okay, I didn't mean anything by it, Bob. Thank you. You can call me Robert if it makes you feel any better. So, I gotta admit, this whole kill and destroy everything thing, it's not really my thing, so I thought I'd side with the side who's actually more powerful, which would be you, of course. You got any job openings? For a demon named Bob. Yes, a demon named Bob. God damn it, you just said you wouldn't make fun of this. Okay, okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So, you notice that right there? There's actually a color filter that's kind of being played over the game here. So you can see warmer colors. The moment I step out, colder colors. That's kind of the thing I was referring to. Either good way to showcase that side by side. Who are you? I am Greed. Didn't I kill you already? Only a couple of times. It's okay, I don't blame you. You only took a pittance of the gold I had stored.
Some of my men are pinned down in the courtyard, fighting revenants. Please help me rescue them.
Sure. Die. Serve me. That would be awesome, Ajunix, but we'll see.
Do you know why this is happening? It's madness.
It's wisdom.
A battle. Lead your men to the Survivors' Enclave at the cathedral.
Anyway, someone... who was it? Someone said, isn't that who Lilith was? No. As we find out, Lilith was just another demon. Like, straight up.
All know the reputation of the exorcists of Westmarch. Those spiritual warriors specialized in removing demonic possession. By custom, they arrive in darkness, clad in cloaks as black as the night that conjured them. They work in secret, extracting the demons that dwell within their subjects. Now, Malthael has turned them, and they roam the city in their inhuman forms, stripping the souls from all they encounter.
So yeah, let's see what the decay golem looks like. Oh, I'm in combat. Hang on, hang on. So what do we get? Whoops. Interesting. Oh god, there's the curses last forever passive. Oh, nice. There's actually a Life 3. I tend to get the Life 3 talents on virtually every class that could get them because... well, because this game could get brutally hard. Let's do it there. So there's the Decay Golem. He looks okay, I guess. A little disappointing, if I'm being honest, because so far we've only really had 2 base appearances for the Golem. The Flesh Golem, which either had spikes in it or didn't, and that thing, which is the same for the Bone, Ice, and Decay Golems. One thing I do like about the difficulty of D3, and...
come here, you wretches! I'll blast the gold out of you!
You can do that? One thing I do like about D3 is that in some games, a certain stat or a certain mentality is king. Like, you must have such and such to the nth degree. In D3, there's a lot of different stats which are useful and variable, even at high-end gear.
I used to know someone from here.
After Malthael's disappearance, the Angiris Council appointed his most loyal servant, Urzael, to find him and bring him back to the high heavens. Urzael, accompanied by the sect of maidens who were Malthael's closest followers, set out to find their absent master. They never returned.
So, in case you missed what just happened there, Malthael occasionally will just show up in this area and do something. He can do several things, but the most obvious thing he does is he just straight up kills one of the NPCs in an area, like he just did. He can also damage you, and on higher difficulties he can one-shot you. So that's always fun while running through this area. Hi, Mighty Mage. Hi, everyone who I haven't said hi to yet, by the way. Oh, nice, Dakota. Now, obviously, not every build is viable, but I do think they do a pretty decent job within, believability and realism sake to actually make a lot of different specs viable in this game, far more so than most other games in general do. Let me use a direct example of what I'm talking about. In Star Trek Online, for the longest time, I don't even know if this is true anymore, but for the longest time, if you wanted to be a good build, you had to just do an inordinate amount of damage. Nothing else mattered. Your ability to endure, your ability to defect, your ability to heal. Nope. Kill. Just kill. In D3, there's actually quite a few builds that are viable at high end. Other than just kill, other than just straight up DPS. And I appreciate that. Again, it's not perfect, but it's better than most games manage. By the way, I haven't really been pointing this out. You know how I praise the background stuff? So you see the corpse there that's scraping at the door to try and get in? Yeah, just little stuff like that. It's all over the place.
Ave obitus, ave interitus, insurgos elistros in situ.
What are you doing with those corpse piles?
What are you doing? I'm summoning back the souls that have been stolen from these poor people in order to restore their lives.
You are too ignorant to wield this magic. Now I shall have to make amends.
Wait, what's that noise? Oh dear, this wasn't supposed to happen.
What an appalling wretch. Go now, and spare me your foolishness.
Of course. Oh, of course. Bless you, good sir.
What's funny is, yeah, what he was doing could have worked if the circumstances were different. But as you'll notice, he got up their bodies, but not their souls, because their souls are gone. Remember, as I mentioned, pretty much the big thing that Malthael is doing right now is all of the souls that are being killed. Ooh, this looks nice and bloody.
Reapers did not kill them. Who did?
A lot of dead civilians in here.
More corpses.
A lot of dead civilians.
Death to the nobles!
Just what are you doing?
Revolution! It's time for our oppressors to fall. The king is in the city, but we have a trap waiting for him.
Too many have already perished. Lay down your arms.
What? You're not with us? Then die with our enemies!
I'm not going to raise a finger for you guys. Although, damn, they come back up as skeletons.
Lord Winton, we are thrilled that you have located a surviving regiment of soldiers. With this new force, we can turn the tide and save our city. Your disagreements with the Crown are well known, but we are glad you can put them aside in this dangerous time. Long live Westmarch!
Now, as much as this is aggravating, I do have to admit a civil war, even a small one, starting in this environment makes perfect sense. In fact, to be completely blunt, I would be astonished if some kind of civil fighting did not happen under these circumstances. Hang on. I'll come back there. You got it, Zelios. One. 32 remake. Thank you. I think so far you're the only one who's donated for the RE2 remake, but in my experience, what usually happens is the closer we get to a game's release, the more people donate for it, so... Yeah, riots at the absolute bare minimum. Like, bare minimum, there should be riots in this situation.
Decay and rot.
Now, I don't know if they actually changed anything, but in my experience, this is when resplendent chests really became a lot more common. Do I not have... Yeah, I do. Okay. Again, I don't know if they actually changed something, but... It's also worth noting, so... I guess I haven't talked about a lot of the gameplay changes. I mean, I've talked about a lot of the gameplay stuff already. I did that Saturday. But one very big gameplay change was the new tier of loot, basically. So, excuse me. 1 through 60 is all exist within its own tier of loot. The moment you start getting 61 gear up to 70, that's a completely separate tier. Now, that sounds obvious because 61 to 70 is the new expansion tier. But again, as I mentioned, this was part of how they solved the problem of power creep. That's a bad way to put that. It's part of how they solved the problem of maintaining a degree of power creep without it getting into ridiculous levels, which they might not be able to do now because... Oh, I already talked about this. I don't need to repeat myself. But the point is, a piece of 61 gear is ludicrously better than a piece of 60 gear because of the whole tier thing. Like, almost across the board. I have actually seen situations personally, although it's been a little bit, where a white 61 piece was actually better than a yellow 60 piece. Especially when it comes to weapons. This is the Decay Golem, Mighty Mage. Yeah, loot 2.0, basically. I'm not sure if they could actually manage that now. As I talked about earlier, they have it. It's not just the 70 tier loot anymore. There's the 70 tier loot, and then there's the tier of loot above that, which is the really, the high-end sets and legendaries. Then there's the ancient stuff. Then there's the fully maximized and realized ancient stuff. Like, we're already like 3 or 4 tiers above Reaper of Souls in terms of loot at this point in Diablo 3's history. So, doing another tier on top of this, for example, for a D3 expansion, would be much more difficult to pull off than it was for Reaper.
Fancy attacks you like so much.
I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm not saying they couldn't. I'm just saying it's more difficult. Like I said, we're kind of sweeping the city because I want to show off as many of these events as I can. There's actually a continuation of that Civil War thing later, believe it or not. I shouldn't call it a Civil War. That's overstating it. Mild revolution? I don't know. So you know that everything dies so quickly here, of course, but you guys are probably noticing. Every now and again, there's these ghost dudes, and they have a ranged attack where they just look like they're draining your soul out of you. In my experience, those are probably the most dangerous enemies in most of Act 5, really.
I lured you here like lambs to the slaughter. Your soul shall fuel my power, making me a proper servant for Lord Malthael.
I tried to let him finish talking. My minions weren't having it. But yeah, so those enemies... So again, as with D2, as with D3, all enemies have passive things that are just a nature of them being that type of enemy. Those ghost dudes, they are very quick. They can hit you at range, and the amount of damage they do is basically, functionally, a dot. It's actually a channeled dot. They just tick, 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 tick. And as they're doing damage, that damage is... I don't remember the exact type, but it's basically... It's hard to resist damage, let's just put it that way.
Anyone here that I'm from Kingsport, they're all snobs in Westmarch, and the women won't like me. Assuming any of them are still alive.
Don't worry, Lyndon, I got your back. So anyways, yeah, those ghost guys suck, is all I was trying to say there. Oop.
Your death nears!
Almost done with the first zone here. This is part of the reason why I mentioned how Act 5 feels longer than most of the other acts. It's not, really, but it has a high density of events, little mini-quests, and just general content. You know, I should have been keeping track of how many people have told me that they're either reinstalling or buying D3 as a consequence of this Lorerun. It's at least 12 at this point. No, I didn't actually talk about that Takoida, because the Blessing Shrines don't exist in lore. I'm sure that is deliberate, of course, on the art department's design, making them look like part of the Silver City. But then again, of course it does. I mean, the angels are good. The angels are good, right? That's why Malthael is killing all of us. Oh, God. The angels are good. Yeah, they're huge. So I've actually praised some of the checkpoint design in D3. In fact, that's exactly how I phrased it, if I'm not mistaken. You know, sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not. In Reaper, as Dakota just pointed out, there's much weirder gaps in checkpoint design. Not just bad or good, just weird. You'll notice we had a checkpoint at the waypoint at the beginning of this zone, which is just, what? That's right up there.
I did not find Malthael on Sanctuary, but I did find humans. Far too many of them. They murder and cheat one another while allowing their brothers to starve. If their true power is ever released, we are all doomed. They have a choice between good and evil, and they overwhelmingly choose evil.
He's got a point. We should kill all of humanity, guys. Who's with me? So, corpse piles. Corpse piles, corpse piles. I'm actually walking on corpses now. That's how high up they're piled.
That maiden is using the crucible.
Well, let's fix that, shall we? Yeah, this is kind of messed up. This is full-on Castlevania right here.
You have called the darkness down upon yourself, mortal.
Just piles and piles of them. It's not even like a flat thing. Like I know it's kind of hard to tell, but you can see it's actually a 3D mesh. It's... Well, I mean, if you think about it, Ojunix, there are a lot of humans who do evil.
I knew you would arrive in time to save me.
Oh, there you are, Miriam. Hi, Miriam. God, I want you to picture hiding under a corpse pile for a second. Just picture that.
Did you?
I am Miriam Jazia, a seer of the Vetchin people. I foresaw our meeting, but I did not see this horror. I have come to help you. There is one crucible left, and if you destroy that, the maidens will not be able to create more. There is no time to waste. We must be on our way now.
Well, okay. I'm cool with that. As long as you don't lecture me about love, we're cool. Hey, Malthael. What's going on? Malthael? Whatever.
There's no easy way to say this, but I have to leave, and I won't be returning.
What?
Is this your new joke?
I'm serious. My brother's imprisoned in Kingsport with no way to defend himself, and I must free him.
You would never make it there alive. Westmarch is still overrun.
All right. I'll stay for as long as I can, but only because I know how much you need me.
The beginning of his story arc there.
He's watching you.
I need to...
Well, he can wait, because I need to go get some dialogue. We need some lore. Lore.
Awful things are happening out in the city. I have faith that you will save us. But Victor has his doubts. I think he's jealous.
Ah, what nonsense are you spouting, woman? Of course I think he'll save us. And I have just the things he'll need to do the job.
Do you?
Everything you require.
Do you have gold? Oh, you do. Here, take some stuff here. Get this crap out of my inventory. Thanks.
Only through submitting to Malthael will we survive his wrath, relinquish the wealth you've all clung to, and ensure your salvation.
This is a scam. He's just taking your money. Quiet, heretic. You'll damn us all.
But it is just a scam. Anyways, no, unfortunately they canceled the idea of the Mystic class very early on, so they didn't even really start designing her before they gave up on the idea. Started focusing on other classes instead.
Could it be that the Prophet abandoned us? Why else would his magic fail to protect us while we slept?
It worked for you.
But my sisters died. Why them and not me?
It could have been chance. Or a deliberate act.
I must know which. I will discover the truth.
I mean, I know you're joking, Baronessa, but it's probably worth noting that two of my favorite games that came out this year were Kirby Star Allies and Mega Man 11, two games which basically had no lore. But...
He saved my brother at Bastion's Keep.
You there, pauper. This diamond ring in exchange for safe passage out of the city?
But Harold, that's my wedding ring.
It's all we have left. Of course, if somebody had thought to grab her jewelry box...
You cannot be serious.
Here's what I think of your ring. Your diamond ring. This Imperial diamond is probably worth more than you are. I don't mean as a person, I mean like your net worth.
He hasn't said anything since he mentioned the fire. He barely eats, and his eyes are clouding over.
I saw her. Someone needs to know.
Her who?
I like it too,
They're coming for us. It won't be long. They're coming.
Despite his superstitious views, Rakis ruled as a just and fair king, who was much loved by his people. He was succeeded by his son Corsic, who attempted to eradicate the barbarian tribes of the north. The line of Rakis was broken when Corsic's son Corellan died with no heirs.
It was a very good Mega Man game. It could have been better, but if anything, that's the best complaint I could level at Mega Man 11. It could have been better.
You'll find no glory here, adventurer. Corpses can't sing your praises.
That's not actually true. Hey, skeletons.
My son's ship docked in Bramwell today. I thought he'd be safe there, but now I hear rumors. Give me a weapon. I need to get to Bramwell.
Remain here. You can search for him when Westmarch is no longer in peril.
Tyrael told me of your actions. You killed Diablo himself.
Yes, but I had assistance.
I don't know that the world will ever understand what it took to face such pure evil.
The world will always have some evil in it, but it never could have withstood so much. It is better if people remain ignorant of such things.
Death comes for you.
My father was the commander of the Knights of Westmarch. He assumed I would become a soldier, just like him.
Why didn't you?
I grew up on stories of the fearless Horadrim, Tal Rasha, Jared Kane. That was what I wanted to be. My father thought it was all myth. Wasn't he surprised when I actually became one of them?
Your soldiers have been holding out for some time.
It has been a brutal task. A lot of good men sacrificed themselves to save us. But even that wasn't enough. If you hadn't shown up when you did, we might already be dead.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
The rest of the kingdom should have sent reinforcements by now.
Have you not heard? Cities everywhere are under attack. No place is safe.
Yes, Malthael strikes all across Sanctuary.
Unfortunate.
So did you hear that, guys? Oh, the Lich King would crush Malthael. I'm sorry. I like his armor too, Blackfell. So you hear that? All those cities. New Tristram, which is finally recovering. Caldeum, which is going through a massive riot and food shortage. Bastion's Keep, where the people were finally able to go home. Yeah, they're all being attacked and probably dead. So just so you know, everything got worse. And we're all screwed. As weird as this may sound, my personal thinking, obviously, they're doing... Oh yeah, hang on, Mike ABC. Ah, there we go. Oh, okay. No, in my opinion, obviously they've set up the Nephilim story arc for Diablo 4 or whatever they continue on after D3. And obviously there are other little story arcs that they've decided to continue as well. But the one that to me is most interesting, or I guess I should say the most established, is the fact that the world is screwed in a way it basically hasn't been before. Like, the amount of death and devastation that has happened over the course of D3 is at a scale that we haven't seen since the Clan Wars, honestly. And even then, that's debatable. So many people have died in so many areas that we are functionally, as of the end of Reaper, in a post-apocalypse. So, the consequences of that, assuming they decide to acknowledge continuity and actually, develop that, would be huge. And of course, the idea of the Nephilim deciding to champion this dying world makes a lot of sense to me, which would kind of make sense for how the Nephilim kind of shifts into a more villainous role. Anyways.
Has the sliver revealed anything else?
No, but it is our only hope of learning Malthael's plans. To defeat him, we must know where he is and what he is trying to do. The answer must be here. I just have to find it. Too many innocents have already died.
Yeah, no kidding. Although there's a little bit of a plot niggle there, but I've already discussed that in brief. So, I think that's everyone. No.
I need to go back.
With response to what Takoid is talking about, the Lich King, the fact that the Lich King could survive in Warhammer 40k, even for a little bit, is indicative of the level of power he has. Or it, I guess.
I was telling you about Lyria, wasn't I? She was so beautiful that Durgus was determined to make her his own. Oh, yes, he pursued her relentlessly, showering her with gifts and attention until she succumbed and agreed to become his wife. But Durgus' jealousy was so great, he hid Lyria high in the heavens, far away from the reach of men and gods.
His obsession with desire drove him to abuse?
Yes, that was Durgus. Desire was his very nature.
That sounds pretty horrible. And then he started calling himself Darth Vader for some reason. I'm not...
It was the Angel of Death doing this. Angels are behind the attack.
Those monsters don't look like angels.
All you need to know about Warhammer 40k, really, unless you want to dig into it, is that it's probably just the most ludicrously, stupidly high-tier setting that there is. Not counting, like, one-offs or occasional animes.
Who is this?
I'm Bryson. I was trapped in a cellar until Hadrig rescued me.
Ha! And now he won't go away.
You don't feel responsible for him?
No, I'm responsible for myself. Though I have decided to repay Hadrig by helping him.
And I told you to stay away from my forge.
It'll be fine.
I grew up over by the docks. Not the good part of town, but it's what my parents could afford. They died when the plague swept through a few years ago, within hours of each other. Like they had to stay together. I used to hate them for leaving me, but now it's a relief they didn't have to see all this happen.
Remember, in Sanctuary, death is a relief, not a punishment. That's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. Corpses, corpses, corpses.
I grew disgusted by humanity during my time on Sanctuary. When at last I found Malthael, I was not surprised to learn that he felt the same way. We will cleanse creation of the scourge that is humankind, and when we are finished, the tragic mistake of Anarius will be gone.
You should join the rest of the survivors.
Nonsense. You'll protect me. And after experiencing what those things do to people, let's just say I need to see you destroy the final crucible with my own eyes if I am ever to sleep again.
Well, okay.
The seraph was on me before I knew it. The mass of its bloated flesh soundless as it floated above the ground. When I finally noticed it, I could not move. It was as though I was trapped in a waking nightmare. I looked down and saw tendrils of energy wrapped around my feet and realized it was not fear that held me, but the seraph's magic.
Da-na-na-na.
I encountered the most troublesome bats in the caves outside Westmarch. My companions and I had sheltered there with the intent of organizing my many records, when the miserable creatures appeared and tore several of the scrolls to pieces. Truly, the world shall be a poorer place for this lost wisdom.
If I were to guess, I would say Bulkathos, assuming he survived, despite being a fully realized Nephilim, or a prime Nephilim, or whatever, would have been depowered by the stone's change, just like any other of the survivors did, including, hypothetically, Rathma.
I see you have much guilt over Leah's fate.
How do you know that name?
I see the past as well as the future. You must not let it consume you.
Yeah, no kidding, Dream Whisperer. What am I doing here? Ah, right. Nice. Sure, we'll see how that works. Hello?
I can hear my husband moaning inside his sarcophagus. Please end his suffering.
Hey, dude.
Do not struggle so, my love. This hero has come to set you free.
I am the dead.
My thanks, hero. Now we may spend eternity together.
To be freed from my torment and have my soul reunited with yours. I can't imagine a more blissful afterlife.
Wait, what is that?
Your eternity ends now. All souls are forfeit to Malthael!
What, you thought we were actually going to get a good ending in a Diablo game? Come on. You know better than that. Oh gosh, I don't remember either, Dakota, off the top of my head, even though I've done that as my barb. Oh hey, a waypoint.
You shouldn't be so dour. You have much to be joyful about.
Joy as others do.
I have learned that in terrible situations it is better to laugh than to cry. Perhaps when you have lost as much as I, you will understand.
Reapers are... I mean, yes, they are corrupted angels, but I feel like that's being too simplistic. They're not demonic angels. They are a specific form of fallen angel. As we've discussed multiple times, angels can actually fall in multiple different ways, depending on specific circumstances. However, there is no denying that these angels are wrong, I think is the word I actually want to use.
All must serve the sun. They say you can see the future. Does this battle have an end?
Of course it will end, and you will live a long and happy life.
Why don't I believe that?
Because I was not being entirely truthful. That, and you're as so charitous that will never believe you can be happy and content. I must say, it is wonderful to finally meet, though you are skinnier than my visions.
There is a threat to the balance here.
Sorry. She was done talking. This is called the Altar of Sadness, by the way. I thought that was another event, but obviously it wasn't, so I apologize. I was going to say something there, but wrong event. So, okay, real quick. You remember how earlier there were... Remember earlier there was that thing where it's like, hey, we shall now at last be together forever, and then, you know, one of the Reapers shows up and claims their souls? I mentioned that because when I was playing this for the first time, I was playing with my friends, obviously, and we're in voice chat, and I'm like, oh, look at that, something actually good happened.
The people of Westmarch have always been very particular about their dead. Most of the nobles have family crypts under their manors. I bet they're regretting that now.
Anyway, so I was surprised, because I was like, oh, this is going to go horribly wrong, guys. Oh, they actually turned out happily ever after. That's pretty... no, there it is. There it is. Nothing good can happen to people in this setting. It's whole... It would be sad if it wasn't so funny.
All must serve the cycle.
This is another one of those settings that I would basically never want to be in. Maybe at tier 3. Maybe. Probably tier 4, if I'm being honest. And again, I'm pretty sure the increased elements of everything is horrible in this expansion in particular were in direct response to some of the criticisms of D3 vanilla.
All must serve the cycle.
That's just a theory, though, and I have no proof of that. So, someone in chat mentioned this, and I was actually been pondering this idea in the back of my mind. So as I said before, doing a Diablo 3 expansion at this point would be difficult. Obviously, there's plenty of story for them to go to, but usually an expansion has the, for lack of a better way to put it, the burden of having to go up, because you're playing the same character. You're continuing the same story arc, so you have to keep progressing, right? It is extremely rare that something subverts that. In fact, I think... Shadows of Undred is one of the only examples I can think of off the top of my head of an expansion where you played a completely new character. At least as far as RPGs go. So, that being said, if they were to do a Diablo 4, well, there's plenty of logical places for the story to go next. But I have to admit, the idea of a Diablo prequel actually does appeal to me, because there's several parts of the Diablo history which have basically only been covered in the books. And only vaguely. So, I don't know. Like, if you handed me the reins of the franchise and said, make the next Diablo game, not a Gaiden game, not a niche game, but a main game, I would have to think very long and hard about what project I would want to focus on for that.
Bad as you look.
Please kill those things before they kill me. I mean us.
All must serve the cycle.
I don't know, Magister. And hi, King Imre. Oh, hello. My health moved. Did you see that? My health actually moved. It took a named and an elite at the same time. That's the first time my health has moved, like, this entire playthrough.
The grave beckons.
I, of course, have talked many times about I feel a lot of niche potential for Blizzard titles, even though apparently I have some detractors for those comments. And one of the... I don't know what that noise is. However, one of the niche titles I've talked about many times is some kind of strategy game set in the Diablo setting. Now, I don't think it has quite the same potential for a 4X or an RTS, not the same way that the other IPs do. But, that being stated, I think if I was to set a strategy game, you know, a war game in Diablo, I would set it during the Great Conflict proper, when humans are basically not really a part of it. Or at the very least, like, right at the beginning of the Sin War, when humans just started being a part of it. So in other words, basically making the war just be about heaven and hell, and the humans are just not really there. Or on the side, or, you know, or part of the expansion, you know, something like that. That being said, if I was to make a strategy game in the Diablo, I've already told you guys what kind of game I'd make. I'd make a sim town management kind of a game, right? You know, be the innkeeper or the mayor or whatever of a place where adventurers are running off trying to loot some of the ruined wreckages left over after the end of D3, or even at the end of D2. Set it in between D2 and D3, something like that.
You are such the artist when it comes to dispatching Death's minions.
Thanks. I think. Piles of corpses, la 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 la. Corpses, corpses, corpses.
Don't mind me. I'll just be waiting over here.
May I join you?
Corpses and corpses are my best friend. They pull me through the piles of corpses. Oh yeah, by the way, you notice how occasionally, like, skulls are peeking out there. That's the souls trying to escape. And failing, of course. It's very important that they fail. Because, you know, good things come to those who are not in this setting.
Serve the cycle.
Hi, so machine. Yeah, no stabbing today. Well, that was fun.
What was that wretched noise?
That would be Urzael.
And?
Urzael is the angel who commands Malthael's forces in this city. I think you made him angry.
I have that effect sometimes. Tyrael should hear of this. I am returning to town.
Is this truly the work of angels? I don't understand. How could they?
They have never cared for our kind. But these are the first to act against us. I will handle them.
Good.
It's time for me to go. My brother will die in the Kingsport dungeons if I don't act now.
A Kingsport prisoner, you say? Those poor devils were all transported to our cells in Westmarch last week. But we haven't heard from the garrison since the attack started.
Edlin, I have to find him. Will you help me, my friend? Right then, this is where they're holding Edlin. Let me do the talking.
Looking for your brother, Lyndon? He knows you. The Thieves Guild always finds who it's looking for.
The Thieves Guild infiltrated the entire dungeon?
Kingsport has...
Now, this is one of those weird examples of where D3 actually does a good job of showing rather than telling. Through the course of this quest and several other inferences we get prior to this, we get to see the level and severity of the influence that the Thieves Guild has in Sanctuary in general. Even in the midst of all of this, they are able to put in this amount of time, resources, and personnel just in order to pursue a personal grudge. And this is not the first example we've seen of the Thieves Guild being, very influential and very powerful. Oh god, that's terrible, Rakatan. Notice that they also, and I'm trying to point this out here, they've also killed all of the prisoners in here, and all of the guards. Just for one grudge.
Westmarch is a mess and I'm ready for a stiff drink. Or 5.
Wait until we are done.
But you always take so long.
It's not my fault they refuse to die quicker. Anyways, this is relevant because, of course, for those of you who've played this game before, you know that this story arc is going to end kind of in a this can continue way. This is one of the unresolved plot threads at the end of Reaper. So, this needs to be acknowledged and moved forward.
You die for what you did to Nigel!
Now, what I find most interesting here is if Lyndon had not basically happened into the company. Then we might have been in some serious problems. Thank you very, very much, Shenizaga. As ever, much appreciate that support. Thank you. Would you like to put that sub towards anything in particular? What was I saying? If Lyndon had not basically bumbled into us, he would be completely screwed here. Because he would be utterly outmatched by the Thieves Guild. In fact, it's implied that that's one of the reasons why he's not only been on the run for so long, but has never actually decided to directly confront the guild, despite having many reasons to do so.
Edlin!
He's gone.
I never should have joined the guild. He told me, but I wouldn't listen.
He was dead before we arrived in Westmarch. I can see the signs.
That dagger looks very familiar.
Take it with you. There may be more to this than we know.
Yeah.
How are you faring, Lyndon?
What do you want me to say? That I wish he'd never known me? That I wish he'd had a brother who didn't fail him?
That you will try to find the truth.
You have no brothers. You've never loved anyone. You can never understand.
We will learn more about that dagger, yes. For good and for bad.
I have heard that the Grand Maester himself is in Westmarch. It is imperative that I find and speak to him.
I will tell him of the sins his order is committing.
Is that wise? He could be behind them.
No, you are wrong. My first memories of being a Templar are of him comforting me, welcoming me to the Brotherhood. I looked into his eyes. He is a good man, I tell you.
No, I can't. I can't, Shinizaga. I can't put it towards Ori Will of the Wisp. I can't play it. I have no ability to play that game. Remember? It's Windows 10 and Xbone exclusive. I can't play it. So meanwhile, we'll go and do another quest really quick here.
Today is the day I find out how deep the Order's corruption runs.
Good. You seem determined at last.
I will do it, even if it means going against my entire Order. I could use a good friend by my side.
How about two?
Aw, that's nice.
This is one of our strongholds. I will have my answers soon.
Whatever they may be.
I've mentioned how I enjoy the music in D3, but few of the songs really are noteworthy to me. This and the song in Pandemonium are two of my favorite songs in Diablo 3. Well, send a private message whenever, Shinizaga, but if you send it in Twitch, I won't get it till tonight, just so you know. Unless it's really important, in which case I could go manually check it now.
You've done us all proud.
Is that it? That's it, okay. So hi, fellow Templars.
Cormac! Everyone says you helped slay Azmodan and Belial. They're calling you the greatest of all the Templar.
It's good to see you as well, brother. But I come with troubling news about the Order. I must speak with the Grand Maester.
You're in luck. He's here. Standing orders are to send you to him upon your return. Take this, the Grand Maester's new proclamation.
Cool.
This proclamation from the Maester, it's damning. He admits his own guilt. How could I have not seen this?
Oh, we all make mistakes. You just make a lot of them.
By the way, I very deliberately brought Lyndon for this quest. Because Lyndon and the Templar kind of basically become bros over the course of this game, and yeah.
The day of reckoning is at hand. We will rise from the ashes of Westmarch and lead mankind into the light. We shall have recruits by the thousands. Every citizen will be another Templar added to the cause. Once cleansed by the Inquisitors, they will become an unstoppable force.
So yeah, the Templars are planning to lead a holy crusade to conquer the entire planet. And they kind of have the availability to do it, like I mentioned, post-apocalypse. To be completely blunt, it wouldn't surprise me if the Nephilim tries to conquer the world after the ends of D3, because post-apocalypse.
We know you had nothing to do with Jondar's corruption, Cormac. You're a hero.
Yeah. I'm just messing with their stuff. I don't want any of this crap. I'm just messing with their stuff. Screw you guys.
Our time has finally come, and we owe it all to you.
Yeah, so you can already tell we're going to have to kill all these guys.
It is time to purify this initiate.
God, look at all the blood. Look at all the blood. These people are alive, by the way. These people that they're torturing. Remember, that's how they convert people. They torture them and they torture them and they torture them until they're quite literally insane from pain and hunger and dehydration. Then they put a little bit of a magical seal on their memories and they say, "Welcome to the Order, brother." Yeah. Yes, Venters, the paladin from D2 was a Templar.
The thieves will all retire after this.
What?
You can't steal from people if they're not around anymore.
Stop! How can you do this to your fellow Templar?
We bless them with the truth, as we did for you, Cormac.
But if the greatest of all Templar wishes them freed, it shall be so. We've been ordered to take you to the Grand Maester as soon as possible. Follow me.
Like I said, still alive. I love this song, I really do.
Cormac, the shining example of a true Templar. We have much to talk about.
One second.
Yes, we do, Grand Maester. You have betrayed us all, starting with the torment of our initiation.
It was brutal but necessary. I did the hard things no one else would, for the ascension of humanity. I carry the weight of my actions with me always. Are you ready to make a similar sacrifice, Cormac? Will you stand with me and become Maester in due time? I need you.
But... No! Your power has driven you to madness if you think I would help you rule over mankind!
This saddens me greatly, my son. I am sorry. Kill him.
Hey, I'm the only one who hits Cormac around here.
So do you guys think the Maester there is a Justice Lord or a Cisco?
Man is a flawed being. Time and again we have seen good men given to temptation. Though it is painful, I have found only one answer. We must cleanse the minds of our recruits, so they will never fall prey to the corruption of the demons, or the blind self-righteousness of the angels. You brought this on yourself, Cormac.
I mean, that's technically true.
I dedicated my life to a lie. Everything I thought I knew, it was all in the service of a madman. I swear that every Templar I meet will be freed from the lies of the Order. And if they refuse, I will be forced to convince them.
I can help with that. I'm terribly convincing.
And so the cycle repeats. I hope it doesn't, in all sincerity. I mean, if the cycle repeats, all we have left is... Thank you very, very much, Vitamine G, sorry. As I very, very much appreciate those Twitch Prime subs. Would you like to put that towards anything in particular?
My thief sense is tingling.
Really, Lyndon? Really?
The Grand Maester, behind the Order's corruption. Deep down, I think I always knew. Perhaps that's why I never felt worthy of the Order, as if I was not a true Templar.
It is a relief you are not. Your mind is free, and you can choose what to believe.
I believe in you and your quest. This world must be saved, regardless of the corruption of the Templar.
So if I go conquer the world, you're with me? If you go to lorerunner.com, Vitamine G, and you look in the left-hand side There's all sorts of future premiere runs and lore runs that are currently being funded or put towards. Now, King Emre asked if I would ever do Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. That's one of the very, very, very few games on my forbidden list, so no, that will never happen. Unless I take over the world, then I might consider it. Yeah, no kidding, Takoida. In all honesty, as much as I'd like to think that Cormac's story ends in a positive light, if I'm being completely honest, it's a little bit more likely that he is going to become just he's going to start the same problem over again, a new religion based on us. I mean, the last religion was based just on the ideal of being cool to people. We are basically walking gods, so I don't like this decay golem. Let's go back to Frost. Nope, whoops, wrong one. Actually, I talk about it on the website, but the basic reason is because it hits topics that I am not comfortable being hit with. Whoops, wrong thing. I want to do this.
What shall we fight today?
I actually want Cormac with me.
Those who perish without embracing Malthael are eternally damned. But I can commune with our Lord, asking him to grant them a reprieve. Only a simple payment is required.
Bless my poor husband, please!
You must save my children!
Please, my friends, one at a time. Bring your offerings to the stand, and I will grant your loved ones this blessing.
When I left my sister Lysa, I took her magic focus as a reminder. I scryed it today to see if it held any clues, and I found strong traces of the demonic magic that killed her. It reminded me of the Fisherai's magic from before we served the Prophet.
That is strange. Did anything else happen?
When I cast the magic upon her focus, I heard her voice again, and this time, I understood. She said one word. Irena.
Oh, I'm sure, Takoida. That's what I'd do. Gee. Sakiro. You got it. Thank you again. So we're not quite ready to start her quest, but we're going to have Cormac with us for a bit. You didn't take the diamond, dude.
You are a quiet sort, Serena. Sneak back home and fetch some of our savings.
But the streets are crawling with those horrid creatures.
That's precisely why you must go, dearest. Nobody notices you.
I've known someone like that in real life. 2 people, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I need to plug the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run more. I still think that's one of my best works I've ever done.
He's been agitated ever since he mentioned the woman. Who was she? Did she start the fire?
Looking for something. Something hidden.
I don't know what to do. He's getting worse. I fear he will not live much longer.
And see, that's exactly why we need to purge humanity. This is what...
Get out of here! Hide in the bog, anywhere! As long as it's away from the cities!
See, this is why Urzael wants to purge humanity, is because of people like him.
He's an angel. Why isn't he helping Malthael?
Well, who said he isn't?
Oh my god.
My mother warned me about the poor. They want my wealth, but they don't want to work for it. And now they've created an army of death creatures. Well, when I'm king, I'll just show them.
Oh, I can't believe it. My best hammer's gone missing. It couldn't have walked off on its own now, could it, lad?
One of the men needed a hammer. He promised to return it.
Fool boy! I'll never see it again!
I'm sorry, Hadrig.
Get out of my sight.
I don't feel like talking right now.
Oh, well, okay.
We're not going to die, are we? Tell me we're not going to die. I don't want to lose my soul.
I mean, you're screwed, buddy. Oh, wait, I should probably try to be nice. When you lose your soul, it will be terrible. Wait, that doesn't help, does it? No, I've never... I'm sorry, I'm being sardonic. Yes, I have done a Dragon Age lore run. And 2 ruminations.
And now I hear those Reapers are taking people's souls? This is madness!
This is Sparta? No, I think the opposite of that, Mighty Mage.
Why fight so hard? Thousands are dead. What do another dozen matter?
I like this guy. He thinks like me. Wait.
If you hadn't come along when you did, I don't know what might have happened.
It was the least I could do. Anyone would have done the same.
But you didn't have to help. You could have run right by.
After Corellan's death, the crown passed to Justinian I, through a somewhat convoluted interpretation of Zakarum's scripture. Thus began the Justinian dynasty. Seen as usurpers by many, the Justinians suffered nearly constant challenges to their rule. Finally, during the reign of Justinian III, a full-fledged insurrection broke out in the outlying region of Carthage.
Yeah, that didn't end well. I'm just gonna spoil that for you right now.
Can I ask you about Deckard Cain?
He's dead.
He was unlike anyone I ever knew. A normal man on the surface, but with a heart for all the world and everything in it. His death was a great disruption in the balance.
Could one man make such a difference?
Always.
Just ask me.
Look, the sliver is changing.
As though Malthael is manipulating the soulstone.
Exactly. He's been gathering strength from the souls of Westmarch in order to alter the stone. Yet his purpose still eludes me.
He's killing everyone. What more do you need to know?
How he plans to do it. Westmarch is only one battlefield in this war.
Uh-oh. So there's Urzael.
Urzael has done this to finish collecting the souls of Westmarch.
Where is he?
All I know is that he is in a tower somewhere in the Westmarch Heights, and that he will be quite rude to you. Before you set out to kill him, you should stop by my cart. I can enchant some items for you.
Notice that with the new fire, they once again add a new lighting effect to the area to show the effects of it. For some reason, this always reminds me of Stratholme. The Horadrim are not necessarily wizards. No, the Horadrim are an order, an organization, in other words. So, there were certainly wizards in it, like Tal Rasha and Zoltan Kuhl, and Jared Kane, but they didn't have to be wizards. Now, I'll address Mighty Mage's question in a moment. We'll get to that in a second. I have heard of that script, yes, and I do hope that will generate even more interest in the Switch. The Switch is already selling like crazy, and many developers are pushing for it, so I'm not super worried. Although, if anything, I do kind of wish that we had even more stuff for the Switch than we currently have. Thank you very much, Vitamin G. It's nice to know that I'm appreciated, especially given how many negative comments I get every day. So thank you for your kind thoughts.
I cannot follow you if we just stand around.
Hang on a second. I just wanted to say thank you to this guy. And I don't know what else to say. You're always welcome in my stream. I love chatting with you guys. I love interacting with viewers. You're all awesome. Well, not all of you. 99.9% of you are awesome. And then there's Bragwin. Sorry.
Did you know Urzael?
He is Malthael's lieutenant, much the same way that Iswal was mine. He does his master's bidding without question.
Doesn't intend to kill you, does he?
I may be mortal, but I am not Nephilim. I have no demon blood in me. and therefore Malthael does not see me as his enemy.
We humans also possess the blood of angels.
That is of no consequence. You are half demon to him and therefore on the wrong side of the eternal conflict.
Your wounds are deep, aren't they?
I have felt pain before, but nothing like this. It is different being mortal. The pain wears on you.
I'm sure you have carried greater burdens. What can Malthael do with the Black Soulstone?
I have been thinking on that since our encounter, but every scenario I envision simply doesn't make sense, regardless of what he has become.
Even he would not dream of unleashing the Lord of Terror, would he?
Malthael would never do that. That's just silly talk. So hey, she is now officially part of the Mystics, artisans.
I don't suppose you have other insights into Urzael.
Well, he seems to have an affinity for fire. I'd watch out for that if I were you.
Is that all?
Urzael was sent to find Malthael by our friend Tyrael. He blames himself for what Urzael has become.
Good to know.
What else can I tell you? I had a vision of death blanketing our world. So I left my people, my family, to come help you.
All priests of Rathma make a similar sacrifice.
It was no sacrifice. We Vetchen often receive visions telling us when it is time to find a new family. I've had many in my life. I still love and miss each and every one of them. Except for Jonah. I never really liked that one.
Good to know.
Did you ever consider destroying the Soulstone?
The Black Soulstone was made by a man, unlike previous Soulstones. We had no idea what would happen if we destroyed it. It seemed a better idea to hide it away forever. We had no way of knowing that Malthael was watching us the entire time. How could we?
Someone is always watching. What will you do if I recover it?
I don't know. But it's better for us to have the stone than Malthael. If we make it that far, we'll worry about what to do next.
So notice how they now acknowledge that destroying the Soulstone was basically never on the table. Unlike, say, what Adria was trying to feed us was, we have to destroy the Soulstone, it's the only way. I'm not forgiving that. It was still stupid, it's just I'm pointing it out. There's no real gods in this setting, no. There was one thing that could have been considered a god, that was the original Anu. He's long gone. The closest thing to Anu right now is us, actually. The fully realized Nephilim. So, the city's on fire. Now, we have to be really careful here, because there's a lot of patrols around this area, and we don't want to have the Risen attack us from the sides if we're not ready for them. Also, make sure that when you go in through the gates, you go in as a group, otherwise the rats might take care of whoever's in there.
Malthael's influence taints man and beast alike. Even the dogs of Westmarch, once tame and gentle, have been transformed into wild, savage creatures. They hunt in packs through the streets, tearing apart their prey with ravenous hunger. I saw them rip a soldier limb from limb. When his screams stopped, they came for me.
Honestly, Baroness, legitimately, I'm not sure. Usually a setting where there's no possible way of things getting better is a setting that I qualify as depressing. Not sad. Not downer. Depressing, actually medically depressing. Thus far, Diablo has sort of avoided that particular problem. But at the same time, it's worth noting that that's just because of the possibility that things might get better. But there's nothing, let me put it to you this way, Baronessa. From what we know right now, there is no saving this setting. There's nothing we currently are aware of to make this place better. I am hopeful that they will be able to salvage this setting some way in future lore or future canon. And not have it be facepalmingly stupid. But yeah, what Takoida says does admittedly help. This game, all three of the games really, but especially D3, does have a lot of tongue-in-cheek humor to kind of go with the incredibly horrific nature of it. So I said I'd talk about Mighty Mage's comment. So, how do I phrase this? We see a certain... Oh god, I don't know what phrase to use. We see a certain
Stop them before they do this to the entire world.
That is the idea, Cormac.
we see a certain sociological standard in D3. I don't actually think I can even bring it up right now, can I? No, it doesn't look like I can. If I was to bring up... No, little Billy. If I was to bring up the leaderboard, I would be able to see all of the people who are currently doing the best. All the highest grifts, all the fastest runs, all the highest in the season, all that stuff, right? Now that's cool, and I like that as a feature. The downside of that is that what that leads towards is a little bit of samenism, a great deal of homogenization amongst builds, because one person comes up with an idea for a build and makes it work, and then everyone else copies that build. Well, I shouldn't say everyone, but a lot of other people copy the build rather than developing their own, because that build worked. So we see a little bit of samenism when it comes to the diversity of builds in this game. Now, that being said, I don't think that's actually valid. I think that's... What I mean by that is, I think that there are more builds that are valid. I think there are more builds that are viable. I think there are different ways to play the game. But not everyone does that. The majority of people look at the current trending builds, and they just do that, and they just focus on that. Whether that's a good or a bad thing is up to you. Now, so I can go and give my own perspective on this. What I usually do is I look at the top builds, either in the in-game leaderboards or like on, what's that site? There's actually a website that has builds for like WoW and D3 and whatnot. Oh, I can't think of the name of the site. Oh, this is going to bug me. Hang on. Let me just look up WoW builds. What do you got, Google? Icy Veins. So, for example, I'll go to something like Icy Veins, or I'll go to something like Meta Battle, or I'll go to something like the leaderboards or whatever, and I'll look at what they're doing, and then I'll be like, okay, and then I'll think about it, and I'll say, well, I disagree with this, and I'll disagree with this. I use it as a template, in other words, and then I change it around to suit me or my opinions or my preferences. I don't know how many other people do that. I know several of my friends do that. You know, Gary does that, Pax does that. And there are always going to be certain linchpins. For example, I can't even show you. But, for example, when you get the cube, there's a ring that you can put into it. I forget what it's called. But it's the ring that reduces the amount of set requirements that you need in order to get set bonuses. That ring is hugely useful because it allows you more malleability with your build. If you really want the 4-piece set bonus, you only need 3 set items. And that way you can then replace that 4th item with something else that might help your build. And there's such a huge variety of uniques and set items in this game. Glorious Grandeur, that's the one. There's such a huge variety that I think there is a tremendous possibility for diversity of builds. Now, that is my opinion, not definitive fact. But that's my thoughts on that point. And yeah, as several people have said, MMOs really do have the same general problem. As much as I don't want to speak ill of, for example, WoW Vanilla, back in WoW Vanilla, there really was only one build that everyone used for most classes, because that was the build everyone used, especially for raiding. There were other builds that were viable. I should know. I ran a few of them. What the hell? Oh, right. Civil War. More Civil War stuff. Or insurrection stuff. Oh my god, you killed the king!
It is done. The bloodline of Rakis will once again sit on the throne of Westmarch.
You mean yourself?
My grandmother was the daughter of Coralon, but he would not claim her because she was born of a courtesan, not a queen. With the peasants supporting me, Westmarch will become a place of freedom and equality. The idle rich will be no more. Of course, there will be some bloodshed. We must make a few examples, consolidate our power, a small price to pay.
You would upset the balance for personal gain. I will not stand idly by.
I have spent my whole life preparing for this day, you primitive heathen.
Let us have at it then, foul traitor.
You notice, if you look at the top there, as I'm mousing over, the hired mages are Vigeri mercenaries. Again, remember that the Vigeri still are one of the biggest mage clans, even though they're no longer at the world-controlling power they used to be. But it does say a lot about the fact that the Vigeri are supporting this guy. Now, what's interesting is we never learn if his statement was accurate, if he was actually a blood relative of the Rakkus line. I mentioned that because, A, obviously I don't think it matters. I'm not particularly one to put a lot of weight into blood. But number two, it would be extremely easy for him to claim that he was of the original Rakkus bloodline to gain populist support, because the original Rakkus, Rakkus and his son's son, which is where the Rakkus line ended, were people who were very popular, especially in the mythos.
I have come to realize that my personal feelings are of no consequence. My people are dying, and they need their king. Our resistance starts today, and Lord Winton, of all people, has provided the means. These reapers shall not have Westmarch. I swear my life on it.
That was the king, the former king, who said that. And I only point that out because that's the only bit of characterization we have for both of those individuals. Lord Winston was willing to start this whole revolution to take over in the midst of what is basically an apocalypse. The previous king was like, damn it, we need to do everything we can to save the city. They're both dead. Remember, after D3, after Reaper of Souls, we will functionally be in a post-apocalypse. Westmarch is going to completely self-destruct. Chaldeum probably already has. So, yay! And yes, I have Tyrael's Charger. I hate it. It's one of the worst mounts in WoW. That would actually be funny, Blue Walrus.
The phantasms are unlike any spirits I have seen on Sanctuary. They bear a resemblance to lesser demons, but the souls of demons are always reborn in the hells. I suspect the phantasms may be the remnants of some early Nephilim, those born more demon than angel.
Unga!
The great pestilence in Westmarch killed both humans and beasts alike. The panicked survivors then threw the corpses of both into the plague tunnels. Now the Reaper's presence has revived many of those interred there, with the bones of beasts rising again as skeletal crawlers, driven to kill the living.
In case you missed that, there was once a very severe plague that hit this area. And their response to that was to toss as many of the plagued bodies as they could, or at least what they assumed were plagued bodies, in here, into the plague sewers. Was what worse, Unix? I'm sorry. Hi, Adam. Yeah, I mean, most of the voice actors are really good in this game, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. And of course, Inarius and Lilith.
will make a fine corpse.
I always had the headcanon theory that one of the reasons why the blood bog is so messed up is because that this sewer ran out into it. I don't know if that's true or not. I just thought I'd mention it. Pretty sure we've got everything here, but I'm just being thorough.
Glorious! 2 warriors against the dark evil threatening the world. Feels familiar, eh? Weakness consumes you! What interesting bones.
Careful there, buddy. Don't stop drooling over the bones.
You will make a fine corpse.
I should probably start looting yellows again. I'm starting to fall a little bit behind the damage curve. Yeah, I don't care for this area for the grifts myself. Oh yeah, I suppose I should explain that. It just occurred to me. Some people might not know what a grift is. So back in the day they had 2 systems, rifts and grifts. Now, I'm not actually sure if rifts are still a thing. I know they were changing that system around. In fact, they've changed the rift system around many times. Rifts were basically end-game content. Go do a random rift, get stuff. And then, of course, grifts are greater rifts. Good rifts. Yeah, it just kind of fit smoothly there. Oh yeah, we'll definitely show off at least one grift post-game. Probably on an actual main character who has the gear to hang in there. So, I guess we'll talk about that later. There's no real reason to talk about it now.
Weakness consumes you!
Okay, so basic grifts are still there. Got it. Like I said, I'm a little out of date, and I wasn't sure what they've changed. Because they've added a couple things since I last played.
This world can abide you no longer!
Now, of course, I don't get any yellows. So I think these wings just work better for me, personally, Mighty Mage. Besides, my Mercy wings are for my Crusader.
This world can abide you no longer!
Someday I do hope to actually be able to really do something with my Crusader again. So, right now I'm focusing on other projects. So, unfortunately, we actually get very little real characterization for Malthael. He has the same general problem that several of the villains in D3 have as a consequence. What's his shtick? Well, I kind of already told you. That's about it, really. It's a shame since, you know, in my opinion, Malthael is extremely cool. In fact, funny story.
A mighty adversary is before us.
Did he seriously just fear me? Reforges all of the things that can be reforged, yes, Dakota. That includes the impact of the unique suffix, as well as the specific suffixes. Although I don't actually know if reforging will change the category of suffixes. I'm not sure. No, I'm using the Wrath of the Bone King, Mighty Mage. Because it looks awesome. And because it's the best weapon I've gotten so far. Yes, it remains orange. It will not go below orange.
Decay and rot!
So, true story. right about when Reaper of Souls came out, I was still in the process of doing the Primus campaign. If you don't know what the Primus campaign is, well, that makes me sad. But as I was going through the campaign, I was designing one of my characters who never actually showed up on camera. He was the mysterious benefactor for Zariel, if you happen to know who that is. His name was Draneth, but again, you wouldn't know what that means, because you never saw him. Anyways, I was designing Draneth visually, and I had a very specific intent in mind for him. And then Reaper of Souls' trailer came out, and I was like, oh my god, it's him! I swear to God, the way I envisioned Draneth was basically like a worse drawn version of Malthael.
Glory to
Because obviously I don't have the artistic talents of Blizzard. So imagine if Malthael, but drawn by an amateur, and that's what he looked like. And I was like, oh my god! So I just started borrowing pictures of Malthael to show characters what Draneth looked like. He looks really cool. Yeah, that's all I'm saying here. What edgy stance, Dakota? I mean, I guess no by default. Sorry, I'm debating. Oh, when he's doing this thing? No. Oh my god. The Revenants. I mean, what would you expect from a haunted mansion? I have no idea, Adam. I haven't even seen the trailer myself. I haven't really been following Thronebreaker. Hey, it's the innkeeper. Yeah, he's dead. Poor innkeeper. You'll notice, however, the innkeeper was converted. Now, unfortunately, because of the total lack of like dialogue or any journal entries there, it's not certain if that's an actual lore thing that just happened. But it's possible that it is. What I mean by that, it is possible, based on circumstances, that just like humans can be converted and torn into demons, thanks to several things we've seen across the course of the series. Assassin's Creed Origins, little Billy. You're seeing an eagle. Anyways, it is possible that angels can do the same thing and convert mortals into versions of them. It's worth noting that both forms of conversion usually end up being evil, corrupt, and unstable. Not sure if that's on purpose or not. Sure.
Nothing we have seen in all our travels, no matter how grotesque, prepared me for this.
So, boss time.
My master has begun his work on the stone. Nothing that you do matters.
Okay.
Soon demon spawn like you will be gone forever.
Or you will be. Have you considered that?
So he actually has a bunch of fun attacks. This guy can also be pretty rough on higher difficulty. Debris, stun.
Spawn shall perish in flames.
He's got a hup attack. He's got a phase 2. This is a fun boss fight. Oh yeah, and he's got a flame jet. This is a fun boss fight the last time I played, first time I fought him. Notice it actually shows specific, I can never think of the goddamn term. Things on the ground to indicate where he's going to hit with what. This was one of the first times they really started doing that on a large scale. Hi, Malthael.
Nephilim, I will bring an end to conflict. In death there is peace.
You wield a power you do not comprehend, Angel.
It's true. Anyways, yes, I did, Necro. In extreme summary, they are a specific variant of Fallen Angel. Wow, I don't have a second ring on. That's really funny.
I am returning to town.
Telegraphs. That's what they were called back in Wildstar. Telegraphs. It's the stuff on the ground. This is about to be hit. I've always liked a good telegraph system.
You killed the angel who was responsible for this horror.
Yes, but not his master. Once he is dead, you will be safe.
I believe you.
I would hear more of your travels.
Oh, I could tell you stories. Our wagon train came to a dying village once. The people threw rocks and jeered. There was only one poor family who welcomed us. I charmed my way into the mayor's office and told him that his village would soon be wealthier than he could imagine. He threw me out. He thought I was trying to rob him. Well, my vision showed me where the gold deposits were, but not who would find them. So I told the family who had shown us kindness where to dig. They are quite wealthy now.
I mean, if Beauty and the Beast has taught me anything, if an old beggar lady shows up, you gotta be nice. We're not 100% certain, but that is what is generally believed, yes, Vitamine. After all, a lot of the pre-D3 stuff was building up Imperius, not only as a character, but as a bad guy.
I wonder if we could sell wigs made from your hair.
That is enough, Harold! If we survive this nightmare, I am leaving for my parents' estate in Bramwell.
That's a grand idea, dearest. Your father has more than enough money to...
Follow me, and I will tie you naked to a tree for the crows. Maybe then you'll finally think of something other than money.
Yes, Adam, that is actually canon, as I've pointed out several times in this Lorerun. Huh, he stopped preaching about Malthael. Funnily enough. Oh, not ready to advance that one yet.
You killed the angel who caused this slaughter?
Yeah.
Does that mean we're safe now?
No.
If Tyrael is helping Malthael, we should rush him. We can do it.
No, I have not, Seabear. Not at all, actually. I like to walk into games blind, and that game's not even close to funded, and I have a trillion other things to work on anyways, so...
Is it true that King Justinian IV is dead? That would mean I'm 7th, no, 6th in line for the throne.
Congratulations on the promotion.
Quite unlike me to fall apart like that. I can't imagine what came over me. Let's keep this between ourselves, eh?
No, those two peasants are totally gonna kill Tyrael.
Now that Urzael is dead, I'm going to Bramwell to find my son.
The streets are not clear. Some of our enemies remain.
I don't care.
Thanks to you, I can finally bury my wife in peace.
You're welcome.
This disaster will make for great reading someday, provided that anyone survives to chronicle it. How fortunate I am to have met the savior of Westmarch. You simply must let me ask you some questions when your work is done.
Sure.
Rackus conquered all of Honduras before founding Westmarch. Repelling this invasion would be child's play for him.
He had an army. I mean, I guess I do too. Natch.
You really must stop thanking me. It was nothing.
A dozen people ran by me and did nothing. You're a hero.
Just in the right place at the right time, I suppose.
His story's kind of sad. We'll keep covering it, don't worry.
The king of Westmarch is dead.
I'd heard rumors, but I hoped. I didn't really care for the king at first, but he turned into a good ruler. Hadn't been himself lately, though. The last of his trusted advisors died recently. Hit him hard, it did. He would have recovered eventually. Now, he'll never get the chance.
Urzael is dead, and only a few Reapers remain.
You have saved Westmarch, my friend.
Not yet. We still don't know where Malthael is hiding.
That strange woman you brought here believes she can help. She insisted on speaking with you immediately. Death comes for you. Urzael is slain. Westmarch is saved. And yet these thoughts weigh constantly upon me.
The others may celebrate, but we know the truth. Many more will die before this war is over.
Wise words, my friend. Still, we must keep going forward. Your persistence has taught me that much.
I know. Are we finally ready for this one?
I heard Lysa's voice again, and I could make out more of what she was saying. She is calling out for me, but it sounds as though the voice is speaking to me from far away, from beyond our world.
The spirit should have passed on long ago. Did she truly die?
Now I am not sure. What I do know is that she is out there, and she needs me.
Well, let's go. No? Okay, maybe later.
Cheldo, I know how to find Malthael, but you will not like what I have to tell you.
Fine.
There is only one person who knows how to find Malthael. She waits for you in the Blood Marsh, and you know her well. Adria.
You were right. I do not like that.
I love the simplicity with which he says that.
Adria is not as you remember her. She is channeling blood magic to prepare herself to retrieve the Black Soulstone.
What does that mean?
Some things cannot be explained. You must see them for yourself.
Or you could try to speak.
Damn it.
Adria is not as you remember her. She is channeling blood magic to prepare herself to retrieve the Black Soulstone.
What does that mean?
Some things cannot be explained. You must see them for yourself.
Or you could try to speak clearly.
You have no sense of adventure.
No, I suppose I don't. Oops.
Zai was the greatest thief, and he wanted Lyria. He waited patiently for a night when Lyria's path hid her behind the silver moon. For when the sun set, Dirges had to leave Lyria's side, you see, for desire rules the night. He could only watch from below as she drifted across the ocean of stars. Then Zai climbed, silent as a whisper, into Lyria's palace in the heavens.
Was I enamored with her?
No, but stealing from dirges would make Zai a legend. I'm telling you, Lyria was so lonely, and Zai was so alive and full of life. They shared one perfect night, and after she emerged, blushing. Dirges raced to her side, but Zai was gone. The ruby around Lyria's neck was the only sign that he had ever been there.
He must have been worried.
No, not then. He felt pride.
I wonder why.
Bryson made a mistake, but he can still learn.
He's a fool, and fools end up dead around here.
Ah, so it's a personal matter.
What are you talking about?
You cannot control your emotions, so you drive people away instead. It seems to be effective, if misguided.
You keep that nonsense to yourself, or I might forget how much I owe you.
Sorry about that. Clearly, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
He's been saying something new, but I haven't been able to make out the words. He's getting weaker.
The witch?
There are no witches here in Westmarch. They've all been driven out.
Adria.
Everyone's dead. Everyone in the city is dead.
No, dear, that isn't true. Look, there's almost a dozen people here.
Oh my god! We don't actually...
Always moving, always watching, in the shadows. Can't you see the eyes?
We don't know with certainty, Rakaton. Obviously, Shen really is someone who was involved in this, and really, there really was a Lyria, and there really was a Dirgist. But Dirgist is just a demon of desire. That's something that's far more factual and realistic. Personally, I think that he is embellishing the story because he's Shen, and that's kind of what he does. My take.
The angels will not aid us.
There is confusion and dissension in the high heavens. You must remember, Malthael was our leader once.
All the more reason to confront him.
Imperius commands the host, and he will not unleash them on a fellow angel, especially a former member of the Endurer's Council.
He will regret that.
Evil must die.
I agree. To war!
You're not going anywhere without me.
What?
Someone has to make sure you don't kill Adria before you find out where Malthael is.
You are the first to question my restraint, Lorath. Dead angels now rest with the human corpses on the roads of Westmarch. But more will die unless we know where Malthael is hiding. I cannot imagine how Adria came by this knowledge, but somewhere in the Blood Marsh, our answers await.
Now, I enjoy Reaper of Souls, especially from a story aspect.
We need answers more than we need revenge. We hid the Black Soulstone in the deepest part of the Nephilim ruins near here. We thought it would be safe, but Malthael found it all the same.
Anyways, I do enjoy the story of Reaper of Souls quite a bit, and I feel it is significantly improved over the vanilla game. But there are two flaws with it, but I'm going to read this first.
I consider myself an expert on all matters concerning boggits. The boggit itself is a small, odd creature given to foraging and burrowing. Under normal circumstances, it fears humans, but it can be incited to great violence when under the influence of magical objects. Rings in particular seem to excite them.
Anyways, so first is the ending, which we'll get to when we get there. Second is this can be explained away, but it does feel a little bit clumsy that they were that all of these events are happening right here. That they had a Horadrim ruin right here outside of Westmarch, which is where they were taking the Black Soulstone. That Adria managed to find it somehow, or find the ruin, I should say, and that, you know, all this stuff just happens within a short area, and that's the part that's just kind of like, Adria being involved in this doesn't bother me as much, especially since it was a dangling plot thread, but also because it makes sense that Adria, who has spent a lot of time studying with and learning about the Black Soulstone, would be able to find, you know, be able to track it, basically. That is logical. The only other person I would say who is more logical for that would be Zoltan Kuhl, and we aren't intending to bring him back yet. The Seer, that's a little bit more like, really? Really? But again, it is a couple of issues here. I'm not going to deny it, but I really feel the rest of the plot is far better constructed overall.
The first time I saw a witch, she burned. Father took me to the town square to see it. Look, he said, that is the face of evil. But she looked like any other woman, and burned like anything else. Then the flames engulfed her. Her eyes found mine, and she laughed.
The tusked boggin is a ferocious, hulking beast with an exceedingly bad temper. Aided by packs of boggits, it will fight anything that crosses its path. Invariably, some of the boggits will die, but the survivors are rewarded with scraps left over from the boggin's prey. If only my assistance would work for so little.
So, did you see the red stuff there? For those of you who have not played this game, that red stuff sucks. So periodically, and it can spawn basically wherever, including under you, these little bits of damaging pools will show up periodically in the area. Those damaging pools suck. Yeah, these things right here. See? Ah, damage.
Can you feel that? The very air is heavy with the taint of Adria's blood magic.
Now, those suck in general, especially on harder difficulties. But the real reason those suck is because on the very high difficulties, those tend to one-shot you. So you have to be very careful as you're maneuvering through these areas, especially on the higher grifts. As it's like, okay. Oh, blood pool. And again, they can spawn under you. So it is possible, although rare, to be able to just die before you have a chance to do anything about it.
This is the entrance to the tomb, but someone's collapsed it.
What a surprise.
It looks like we'll have to find another way into the ruins. What was that?
Yeah, I have to admit, the thought of playing a hardcore character and pushing through that stuff is just, whoa, I'm not sure I want to do that.
This was just one entrance to the city. There are guide stones littered across the blood marsh that will lead us to the main one. The guide stones are useless to most, but will reveal the correct path to a Nephilim such as yourself.
What about you? You're a Nephilim too, right? Sorry. So, welcome to the Blood Marsh.
Adria was clever, but so are we.
Remember to get the information we need before you...
I know.
Oh, yeah.
That's not very reassuring.
There's also traps all over the place out here. What are you referring to, Mike?
These enemies defy all reason.
And yes, I do, Adam. I'm pretty sure he would just have fun. Unleash him on Act 3's armies, and I think he'd just have a ball.
to get it open.
The Boggin Trapper's snares are surprisingly effective, though I have no idea how they learned to fashion them. Most of the Boggin's feeble intelligence seems to be centered around killing and eating, and in this respect, their efforts are admirable. Perhaps I should hide one of these snares near my tent when I'm sleeping.
And yes, those traps they don't actually do that much damage, but they do massive knockback, which will usually toss you into blood pools. So that's fun.
My father could never understand. He was born into privilege and wealth, and he spent every moment of his life trying to protect it. I was his flesh and blood, but he cared more about the names in books and the faces of the paintings on the walls than his living daughter.
Oh, I mean, it's barely a puzzle, Mike, but it's okay, I guess. I don't know. It's decently designed, I have a hard time actually calling that a puzzle.
An incredible feat!
Yeah, it's a very similar quote. Sea Bear. I think Bragwin's on. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Do you know what fear is? The fear of who you are. The fear of what your own blood would do if they knew what you were. No, you could never understand it. People look to you as a savior. Have you ever thought about the lives you've taken? They were fathers, lovers, daughters.
Yeah, note she is writing this directly to us, by the way. As in, she deliberately leaves this for us.
Corpse.
Because she's stupid. I don't know. It's even weirder because, as Coit, I think, is about to mention, we haven't really done a lot of the rampant killing that can be laid at the feet of several adventurers from several other settings. We've actually been doing a whole lot of killing of things that deserve to die. Like demons. I mean, we killed a lot of cultists, but I don't think that really qualifies. Personally, and this is just my perspective, I think this does add some needed characterization to Adria, though.
The grave beckons.
Because this helps showcase her mindset. Not only is she self-centered, but she is... Oh, I can't remember what it's called, but it's victim mentality. When you think of yourself as the victim, it's like, oh, I'm not horrible. All these things have been done to me. And that sort of severe bitterness that just taints her. It makes perfect sense that someone with that level of self-interest and self-focus of bitterness would be willing to go ahead and, you know, work.
This is one of the guide stones, but nothing happens when I approach it.
I will try.
Work willingly for Diablo.
They asked me what I see when I look into the fire. I see a burning man. I see a burning witch. I see terror and a hunger that will consume everything. What hope do the works of men have against such all-consuming hunger? I gave myself to the flames.
See, there's that bitterness. I think it works. I know it's not going to work for everyone, but shrug. I don't think it... To be clear, I don't think she is actually whitewashed here, my opinion. I don't think anything that is being done here actually helps to whitewash her. I just think it adds to her perspective rather than just being, and I will betray you, which was her only characterization before this.
There are 4 entrances to the Nephilim city, each one etched with a sigil. Only the correct one marks the true entrance to the tomb, however. When you activate these stones, one of the wrong sigils disappears.
Never seen a castle in a swamp before.
Always
always wanted to fight some of these.
I had believed my new assistant was the noisiest creature in the world, but that was before I discovered the Shrieking Terror. This bat-like monstrosity produces the most ear-splitting racket imaginable, and furthermore managed to make my assistant scream even louder. I think my headache will last for weeks now.
Oh, poor guy.
My father burned. He screamed as the flames consumed him, and the smell was sickly sweet. He had found me. For once in his life he had noticed me. And when he saw that the flames did not touch me, he breathed one word. It was his last.
Da-da-da-da. I think, apparently I'm the only person who actually likes these Adria things in this thing. I don't have anything else to add to it. I've already mentioned what needs to be mentioned about it.
Your death nears!
So this is the rune puzzle that was being mentioned earlier. We have to go. We don't have to. We can just go and find it, or we could stumble upon it randomly. Or
I've never much cared for this area. It has not unsettled me like this before.
Or we can get these, which slowly remove the possibilities.
Stone will help me find the correct passage.
And you can also just do the side passages for loot and experience if you really want to. You'll notice this is actually a nice touch. You'll notice they're actually labeled.
This is not the way to Corvus.
On the mini-map, so we can actually see that clearly and distinctly.
You grow ever stronger.
Oh, nice to put it. Whoop.
Is this really the right one?
No. Only one way to find out. Yep. And then
now I know which sigil marks the correct passage.
No, we haven't actually showed off the Realm of Greed yet. Eric wasn't on, and you weren't on, so... And none of the treasure goblins have popped it open. At this point, since it's no longer Act 3, I think I'm probably just going to show it off when we start doing the post-game stuff. There's also side little stuff. These ones don't actually have little story tidbits, so I'm actually doing all these. I think we have all of the journals from Adria. If anything, I'm missing like one. Yeah, admittedly, I kind of agree, Dakota. I do wish that we had more focus on just uniques rather than sets. Although it's also worth noting that several of my own builds are dependent on uniques and not sets. But whatever. Yes, I know, Zestel. Or sorry, Remedy. I know, Remedy. Sorry. Your names looked really identical next to each other there. As for you, Zastel, that would be awesome if you would assist us with that. There it is.
Searching for the maggot brood has been quite an adventure. I first observed the corpse of one near the road to Westmarch, where it raised such a stench that my new assistant vomited twice on my favorite traveling cloak. The stains came out eventually, but I was sorely vexed.
Oh, I love dividing goblins. Although so I usually need a friend to be able to push through all of them and not waste any.
I have always wondered how much Adria relied on Diablo's power instead of her own. Based on her blood goblins, her magic is very strong. These flesh gorges are raised from earth, stone, and demon blood, and they are driven to feast on humans so they may resemble us more closely. Let's hope they don't succeed.
So she's a necromancer, apparently.
The flesh shaman was created from the blood of the witch Adria. Because of that, the shaman is able to use magic as she does, channeling the power of blood and fire. Luckily, Adria only has so much blood to shed, and not for much longer.
Another song I like, by the way.
A glorious challenge awaits over there!
No, they look like this. You're looking at them. These are the blood golems right here. They're just big, misshapen red guys, basically.
I had half a mind to explore the ancient ruins outside Westmarch, and then I realized they were crawling with dreadful scarabs. Of course, these creatures do not frighten me, but they make my research much too time-consuming, and I am widely known for my efficiency. Am I not?
Of course, of course. I mean, Monk was pretty damn fun. I really enjoyed playing Monk. I admit, for the sake of pushing through the lore run, I haven't been playing with my build as much as I usually would. I won't even hit 70 during this lore run. But I was kind of expecting that. It's not a big deal.
Your death nears!
Still need to play a Demon Hunter someday. I wanted to play a rapid fire build, and then people said it didn't work, and I don't care. I still want to play a rapid fire build. Because it would be fun.
You will make a fine corpse.
Really?
Wait here, Lorath.
You're going to kill her, aren't you?
Still, you ask these questions.
We are all counting on you.
Oh yeah, rapid fire and turret. That's what I want to do. It probably says something about the quality of the gameplay of D3 that I still want to play other classes and just play through it again. Just to try out other builds and other gameplay styles. That would be awesome, Zastel.
The grave beckons.
I don't know. I've never played Demon Hunter really in general, let alone in modern times.
This world can abide you no longer.
Adria birthed these golems from the blood marsh. Their bodies were formed from the water and earth of the marsh itself, while the venom of the marsh creatures gave them life. Their very skin seems to burst with the poison of this land.
Yeah, I'm full on fire wizard myself, but I was frost before that. And I was arcane before that.
I knew there were ruins here, but I had no idea they dated from the time of the Nephilim.
In actual fact,
all must serve the cycle.
I actually really enjoyed my arcane build. It was basically what I called the galaxy build. It was all centered around Black Hole and the Galaxy Fling. I can't remember what it was called. And just doing an absolutely ludicrous amount of damage in a very short period of time. The problem was it had basically no real live capacity. That's why I switched to Frost and eventually to Fire. I've never done Lightning.
Beckons.
I'm basically a Frost Necro right now. Although, I don't know how much it's actually working.
I have trained well. The grave beckons.
No, I'm not wearing my blazer, Mighty Mage.
Fear me!
Ooh. So now I have another Frost skill. Excuse me. Nah, Frost is where it's at, Mighty Mage. I mean, think about it. Frost Necro, it sells itself. Anybody who knows me knows why I would prefer a Frost to Chromancer. Did I mention it's like 60 degrees out today, by the way, which is wonderful? I love it.
Your death nears.
Unfortunately, there's a consequence for that, which I wish didn't exist. But it is nice to finally have it not be hot out.
Decay and rot.
Yeah, when I woke up this morning, it was like 54, I want to say. I don't know, Sakage. Don't think I can tell you. So I mentioned I enjoyed the music of Reaper, and I do. But I have to admit, they play this song a little bit too often. Yeah, I've actually lost track of which hurricane we're up to. I think we're in the third one now. Third or fourth. Like I said, I've lost track.
Your death nears.
I've actually never done Fire Witch Doctor. Hello? There we go. Oh, he's got a missile dampener. No wonder. It's like, why is this not doing anything? That's okay. That's what I've got minions for. Minions, go kill him for me. And then there's a waypoint here. I don't understand the waypoint distribution. Whatever. Hi, Adria. How are things?
Let's see where you've been hiding, Malthael.
Adria!
The angels will never suffer us to live. They cannot accept the fact that we may choose our own path. At least demons are not so rigid in their beliefs.
Actually, demons are plenty rigid, which is part of the problem. Hi. You know what? Screw you.
Demons and angels will not kill you. I will.
I need to say while I'm killing you? No? No. Good.
Diablo sent me a vision. He had returned, and you were the one who freed him.
Nope. Malthael will.
He always finds a way. My master will return.
But you will not.
Diablo will return. I have done what I can to ensure it. He always finds a way. In your heart of hearts, you know this.
After all, his name is in the title. Puh.
Adria had conjured an image of Pandemonium before I interrupted her.
She was searching for Malthael, so he must be there.
That just occurred to me. Hang on a second.
I need to go back.
I mean, it's true. Let's just be blunt. The reason Diablo is so prevalent in the story is because his name's in the title. Not for any real reason. Oh, there it is.
I have uncovered and obscured an ancient tome in whose pages is recorded an impossible tale. The secret history of a race called the Nephilim, gods by another name, and their ruined civilization in the west. If this is true, how could all signs of these Nephilim be lost, but for the record of this single tome?
By the way, I don't know this for total certainty, but I think that's Hratli from Diablo 2. So, another reason why I like his voice actor here.
The Nephilim were not gods, but our own ancestors, gifted with long life, magic, and abilities far beyond ours. Yet they were still men. I wonder if these pages hold the key to unlock their powers once again. I will bring the light of Zakarum to the heathens. Here in the east, the power of Zakarum wanes, but in the west it will rise, stronger and greater than ever. Yet I have another purpose. The lost Nephilim city of Corvus lies in the west. I will find it. We founded a settlement near the Western Sea. It will grow to be a great city in time. Now that my people are settled, I can begin my own search for the ruins of the Nephilim city, Corvus. The tome implied that it was near this very region.
Very pretty view here. The scenery is interesting in these parts. The ground is... Are we going to do anything?
We have begun searching the marsh for the ruins of Corvus. This stinking, festering swamp is punctuated by worn blocks of stone. Perhaps these ancient sentinels are all that remain of the proud Nephilim city. No, there is more to be found. I know it. Last night, I found the ruined Nephilim city. When I stepped into the buried catacombs, I felt a stirring in my blood. And then a wondrous thing. A dim light began to glow all around me, not cast by any torch.
It was as though the very stones acknowledged my presence. The Nephilim had such a strong connection to the light that it granted them powers far beyond our own. But I believe that through the light they can be reborn in us. Thus I have consecrated Westmarch, a shining beacon in the west. I have taken for my sigil the Wolf of Corvus, and proclaimed myself king. A decade later, the power of the Nephilim still escapes me. Something long ago stole it from them and keeps it hidden, even today. I have found mention of an artifact called the Worldstone, hidden in the barbarian lands. Now that my son is born, I have rallied my banners to ride to war against them. Years on, the barbarians remain unconquered, and I am a man grown old and frail. My life has seen the founding of Westmarch and the discovery of the Nephilim ruins, but still the deeper secrets elude me. I leave the task to my son, in whose blood shall carry forth the line of Nephilim kings.
So, in addition to being wonderfully voice acted, that also adds a little bit of additional characterization for Rakas. Now, I've already talked about his war against Ivgarod and his war against the barbarians. What I did not mention, on purpose, was one of his primary motivations in going to war with the barbarians was not just to conquer it and spread the faith of the light in the Zakarum, but was specifically to find the Worldstone. Not the first or last member in history to specifically seek out that artifact. By the way, hi, Robot. Or thank you, Robot. I'm still spending nights hacking and coughing. I hope that'll be done with soon. But otherwise, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
See? Aren't you happy I didn't tell you beforehand that Adria would turn into a hideous monster?
No.
You always seem so calm. I thought you'd enjoy a surprise or two. Petty details would have just served to distract you.
Right. She ready yet? Nope. Is he ready yet?
Oh, Dirges was possessed by an all-consuming rage. As Zai had stolen what was most valuable to Dirges, he would take from Zai all that he held dear.
You tried to kill him.
Dirges took something much more dear than Zai's life. His joy. He killed everyone Zai had loved and held dear. Oh, then he slew Adria. Her light went out from the heavens. The seas wept, and the waves of their tears crashed upon the shore.
So again, if you think of all of Shen's story as a metaphor, this still makes literal sense. Remember, we know that Dirges exists. He's a desire demon. No, not like the one from Dragon Age. And we know that Lyria existed. And we're pretty sure Zai existed too, and that he is Zai. The specifics of what he is a question we don't actually have answered yet, although it is possible he is just one of the last remaining of the old Nephilim, or that he is a human who managed to elongate his life, or that he was a demon, or that he was an angel. You know, there's possibilities here.
Our shop will be looted.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I'm sure all the looters have been torn apart by now.
I like her. Enjoy some lunch. No, don't throw it at your monitor. You have to throw it like over the monitor. That's how it gets like through the internet.
I don't think he will live much longer. Whatever secret he learned will surely be lost with him.
I believe he encountered the witch Adria, but she is dead now.
No.
But why? Why would someone do this?
She has done much worse.
She's a nice people. Baronessa said so. She would
All right,
never lie.
it's him or us. Are you ready?
I don't know. That glowing sword looks sharp.
Yeah, go attack the Archangel Tyrael. I'm sure that'll work out very well for you. Two unarmed peasants.
This disaster will make for great reading someday, provided that anyone survives to chronicle it.
Tyrael's newly established rule over Westmarch did nothing to quell the civil war, which continued until she was driven mad and eventually killed by the plague. Cornelius, grandson of Justinian III and slave to the Zakarum faith, used this opening to crush the rebels once and for all and become the new king.
How fortunate I am to have met the savior of Westmarch.
Where are you going? I have some good news.
Good news?
I mentioned what you did to some guards I met. You could get a commendation or something when this is all over.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I was separated from the other soldiers and surrounded by the dead when I saw him. I gazed into the face of death himself. I couldn't move. I just stared as he passed through me. His touch was like ice, so cold. But something in me changed. Something I cannot understand.
And now I must kill you all!
Rackus conquered all of Honduras before founding Westmarch. Repelling this invasion would be child's play for him.
The lady's gone. Oh, never mind. She found her son. Yay.
Malthael seems to be in Pandemonium.
No doubt he has gone to the fortress. Malthael can hold out there until the end of time. He is forcing us to come to him.
And what does that entail?
The only way to Pandemonium is through the high heavens. Let us leave at once.
Not quite true.
Lara! Peter!
Who are you calling to?
Oh, it's my children. They're out playing a game, but I'll find them soon enough.
Yeah, they're mega dead. I would say it's moved beyond most of it, Harriet. There's obviously still some, darkness in the game, but for the most part, I think they've moved past that.
I now know death better than I know the shape of my hand or my own sword. Hendel charged into battle at my side. I'd known him since I enlisted, but when I looked at him that night, I had a vision. I saw the faces of the men he had killed, and I saw that he would not live to see the morning.
Nice.
According to the records, King Rackus had a strong jaw, hair as black as night, and wore gleaming armor over his muscular... Sorry, what was I talking about?
Oh, one more.
Every time Westmarch is invaded, a hero appears to save it. History is much easier to write with a strong protagonist.
Oh, I can't help you with that.
Rackus and his sons built much of Westmarch during their time. The ruins and the marshes outside the city may be their work too. Of course, whenever I ask the Crown for gold to further my excavations, there's always a more pressing matter at hand.
We'll never see our friends again.
True, but we won't see that cobbler down the street again either.
Why, you're right. In fact, we're the only cobblers still alive. We'll be rich.
That's looking at the bright side of life. I guess.
In the end, Zai trapped Dirges in the ruby Lyria had worn. Zai kept the stone around his neck as a reminder. In time, though, the burden grew too great to bear, and he cast off the stone. His divinity? Everything. Where there once stood a young god, there was now just an old man.
Is that true?
So the story says.
God damn it, Shad.
We can't start to rebuild until we know that the one who caused this devastation is dead.
I'm doing my best to ensure that.
I hope so.
I mean, I'm not actually big on revenge, but sure, why not? Why delete? Sorry. Dealing with spam. Don't mind me.
So, now it's on to Pandemonium. You'll see a world only a few humans have laid eyes on before.
I am not there for sightseeing.
Ah, the beauty of life is lost on you, isn't it?
There is no beauty in life, only in death. Oh, sorry, forgot myself for a second there. What were we saying?
What is this?
Destroy the gate! The Nephilim is here!
He dares to attack us.
Hi, Imperius. How are things?
Malthael is my brother. I fought 1,000 battles by his side, and I care not that he seeks to destroy you and your kind. But my brother has grown sick, and he must be put down for his own sake. Yet I have not the heart to do this. And so it falls to you. Come, Nephilim, to Pandemonium.
I mean, I was going there anyways, but sure, I'm with that. Anyways, Mighty Mage, the answer is yes and no. The only lore behind Nephilim's glory is that it is a gameplay representation of being a fully realized Nephilim.
Malthael thinks he can delay the inevitable, but he underestimates my persistence. I will cross the ancient battleground of the angels and demons, and journey on to the gates of the Pandemonium fortress. This angel has disrupted the balance between life and death, and it falls to me to rebuke him.
If you all died, I would not care.
Why would Imperius want you to follow him? I don't like this.
So welcome to Pandemonium. This is a slight retcon, because Pandemonium has been expanded to be an entire area, rather than merely just the fortress. It's only a very minor retcon, though. I'll talk about this more in a moment.
There is a siege camp not far from here. Meet me there, and I will show you what must be done.
Sure.
The Ravagers were among the most fearsome soldiers of hell. Having grown accustomed to the taste of war, they remained in Pandemonium long after the last siege of the fortress ended. Now, they regard the demons, the remnants of a long-forgotten battle.
Thanks for interrupting Tyrael, Imperius. God.
Pandemonium is a vast, chaotic realm, and many demons remain scattered throughout it. In particular, the war-scarred marauders were unwilling to return to the Hells, and they have taken to pillaging the remaining angelic outposts in the battlefields. They may not be the most powerful of their kind, but they are clever and insidious, and no strangers to war.
So, Pandemonium, as you're already probably getting the impression of here. Oh, goddammit. Imperius is going to show up again in a second. Hang on.
You will need to do better if you are to stand any chance.
Pandemonium is where hell and heaven meet. This is literally the in-between. Now, as I have mentioned before, I have a minor theory that hell and heaven are not literally different planes, that they both exist on the same planar cosmology. But either way, this is the in-between point. This place actually shares certain elements, geographically speaking, with both heaven and hell, which I think they actually do a decent job of showcasing its pseudo-constructed nature in addition to the pseudo-hellish nature.
That is a siege room. Bring it with you.
And yeah, I feel like they could have done more stuff with Imperius here, but I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself. Because of course they could have done more stuff with Imperius here. They always could have done more stuff with Imperius. But anyways, all those battles between heaven and hell, this is basically where they all happened. One giant battleground. So this place is filled to the brim with remains and ruins and siege towers and fortresses and just all sorts of stuff like that. Elements of warfare. And you can just see it all over the place.
Do you see the battering ram below? That is the only way you can breach the fortress gates. But it is useless without the siege runes that power it. You have one in your possession, but there are two more. You will find them on the battlefield below, imprisoned along with the demons that carried them. Once you have the runes, go to the ram. But know this, Nephilim. Even if you release Malthael from his madness, I will not thank you for it.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah, you're just kind of a dick. Why would you thank me for... Anyways. One other thing you kind of saw there for a little bit was how much the realm is slowly breaking apart a little bit. Now, I don't know 100% what that means. We can speculate, but there's no hard lore on Pandemonium's shattered nature.
My journey to Pandemonium has allowed me to see a new world, one that is almost too fantastic for mortal eyes. The ancient battlefields stretch before me, a desolate space that is occupied by small, scouring beasts. They search the lands endlessly, thriving off the magic that lingers from battles long past.
Oh yeah, by the way, in case you missed it, there's corpses everywhere. Just doodads. Like I said, the doodad placement is actually quite excellent. You can see this one of the siege engines. With one of those guys we fought in Act 3, there's angels impaled all over the place. There's still angelic energy coursing here and now through the terrain, and we see it more in the constructed areas, like the actual battlements and fortresses. I think they do a good job visually with this place. If anything, I think this place definitely looks more interesting visually than Hell did back in Act 3.
Always wanted to fight some of these.
God, I don't actually remember Nymph.
You grow ever stronger.
Or Helen D2, yeah. Yeah, the scavengers are a massive pain to fight. They actually basically give themselves an entire layer of armor, which makes them be treated as another enemy for a temporary period of time until you destroy it, and then you have to destroy them again. It's this whole thing. Debris falling, the corpses everywhere, the shattered bones, the piles of weapons. I think they do a good job with this. That is just personal preference. I'll not speak ill of anyone. Takoida, who doesn't like it.
Could we find more like that?
So, theories on why this place is breaking up. First and most obvious theory, it's just a chaotic place, so it's just breaking up. That's probably the truth, too, it's worth noting. Second theory, this is my personal favorite. I like to think that the internal conflict has consequence in the fact that even though Pandemonium is an absolutely gargantuan area, it is slowly shrinking, and bit by bit it is breaking off into the void, whatever purpose the void actually serves in this particular setting. In other words, as weird as this may sound, the idea that the conflict itself, there's a good example of angelic influence, the conflict itself is destroying Pandemonium. That's my personal favorite theory. Now, someone earlier mentioned that this would be a great MOBA game. Actually, to be completely blunt, as I mentioned earlier, if I was going to do a full-on war strategy game, I think a huge amount of it would be set here, in Pandemonium.
This world can abide you no longer!
It just makes a lot of sense for that. Now, that being stated, as much as I previously mentioned that I do enjoy the cosmetics of this area, I would like them to be more varied if we were going to set an entire game, or at least a huge chunk of a game, entirely within this area. I envision chunks of Pandemonium that are more hell. I envision chunks of Pandemonium that are more heaven. I envision chunks of Pandemonium that are more absent of either influence. You know, I think that there's more that they could do visually if they were to develop an entire game centered in this area. But that's just me. And yeah, that's true, Blackfile. We do kind of see Pandemonium in the Diablo map in Heroes of the Storm. Basically everything in between. Oh my god, stop spawning! Oh, I don't care about you. If I have one regret about the visuals of this place, it's that this place looks a little bit too close to the hell side of the border. Because you can see bits and pieces of the patterning of the design of hell throughout this place. Like, obviously the details are different, and anyone even glancing at it could tell that, but there's a lot of similarity in the overall structure. I wouldn't be surprised if they used those tile sets as a baseline for designing this. Yeah, they've got the hell creep thing going on all over the place, too. And they do a little bit too much of the red color tint around some of these areas, too. You know, the hell tint.
I have found many references to the beasts of Pandemonium in Kane's old writings. He journeyed there 20 years ago to help a band of heroes seal away the primevals, and his discoveries appear to have shaken him deeply. Sometimes he would stare outside the fortress walls, and winged beasts would appear, calling his name.
So real quick, that mention right there is one of the few direct references to the fact that it was a group of heroes back in Diablo 2 in canon. Now we know this from interviews and we know this from books and whatnot, but it's very rare the game itself actually acknowledges that it was the full party back in D2.
Weakness consumes you!
It's possible, Zastil. Angels don't hang out around here. You'll notice everything we're fighting is demons. Now, granted, that's probably at least partially because we're currently on the side of the angels. But my point being, there are no angels assisting us here. I mean, there's plenty of dead angels.
So, this is where the eternal conflict reigns.
Nephilim! We found something we can use!
I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen like 1 minute after I said that.
Long ago, this weapon was used to bring down a mighty siege beast and its demon master. Even now, the device maintains its power. Sadly, the weapon now attacks us as well as our enemies. We can use it in this fight, though,
if we can regain control of it.
What's the difference, Mighty Mage? They were not fully realized, though.
To me, I will protect you!
Anyways, the point being made, though, even though there are angels throughout Pandemonium, there are way, way, way more demons.
To me, I will protect you!
You know, you don't need to say that. I understand visual cues, Blizzard. Anyways, and remember, it was mentioned that lots of demons... It was even mentioned in some of the journal entries I've already read, or listened to, I should say, that some of the demons don't even go back to hell. They just stay here and basically occupy this area.
Nephilim, to me, I will protect you!
Point being, I get the impression that the demon population here is far higher than the angel population, which, if I was being generous, which I'm not, it could go to explaining why this place looks more hell than heaven.
Nephilim, to me, I will protect you!
Quests are random, Mighty Mage. One of the things that pisses me off most about this game. Like, this game is actually great for lore running because of the incredible tools at my disposal to play it on stream.
I will protect you!
Oops, I missed something. No problem. Rewind a second to do it again. Oh no, I accidentally didn't get this particular journal entry. Not an issue. I can go pull it up on another character. You know, I like that stuff.
You shall join me inside my eternal. It is unfortunate that Kurikos corrupted the weapon. It is useless to us now. At least it cannot do any more damage.
The Great Weapon was created in response to a siege on the Pandemonium fortress by Kurikos, a demon lord who rode a monstrous siege beast. At great cost to ourselves, we channeled much energy into the Great Weapon, and succeeded in bringing down Kurikos and his mount. Upon his death, the demon was drawn inexplicably into the weapon, and it has been attacking us ever since.
Nice little bit of flavor lore there, and of course the idea that they obviously can deal in weapons other than, you know, swords and whatnot if they choose to. They just usually don't. I wouldn't be surprised if incidents like this are why they try to stick to things like swords and shields and spears.
Your death nears!
It's funny, I get made fun of for how bad my memory is with names and stuff. But every now and again, you know, it just amuses me, because I remember a lot of things. Yes, I am going to show off adventure mode, don't worry.
I know of the Realm Walker very little. It roams the outskirts of Pandemonium, a lumbering giant with a gaping hollow at its core. Somehow, it can hide its body away, disguising itself as a mere portal. Those who pass through it are trapped in a distant world, never to be seen again.
Never to be seen again. I know this place more as a rift than the actual place in D3. Because I swear I get this place for rift tile sets all the time. Anyways, and yes, as Fullbeard mentions, the game has proper difficulty, so I don't actually need cheats. I mean, cheats would be nice, but I don't require them for D3. Not even for lore running purposes. As Brigwin is fond of saying, proper difficulty. Yes, we have access to the Mystic Town portal. I like the music in here too, by the way.
All must serve the cycle.
To our knowledge, it is a specific cap on numbers, Hariant, with regards to the angels. The demons are a little bit trickier, since the demons respawn differently. Basically, near as we can tell, the demons have no actual cap, but producing new demons is not an easy thing to do. Put simply.
A mighty adversary is before us.
It is possible, although I see absolutely no evidence of this, but it is possible that, for example, with the demons, it is a matter of power cap, like you were saying. So in other words, the more demons they spawn, the weaker the demons as a whole are, because they only have X to go out amongst everything. This could also make things interesting in D4, since the number of demons has demonstrably been reduced, including the fact that apparently only one evil survives the events of Reaper. Yeah, it kind of does, Mighty Mage, you're right. Oh, Goblin. Goblin. It was all worth it for the Goblin, guys. Well, that would sound like the idea we were just positing, Blackfile, that there's a power cap rather than a.
This is the way to the Ram. I'd best find the seed runes first,
rather than a population cap. Well, apparently, and this is going off of interviews, Zastel. That's why I say apparently. Only Diablo survived the shattering of the ruin at the end of Reaper as the primeval. So in other words, they didn't separate. All 7 weren't released. Tathamet was released. Let's just put it in those terms. Except they'll insist he's Diablo because his name is in the title. Agreed. But, like, the gold pickup from the pet was a nice step, but it was only one step. It needed more.
This world can abide you no longer!
A glorious development.
Well, it didn't used to be, Takoda, but that's my point. It was a nice step, it just wasn't far enough.
I understand why Malthael was drawn here. It feels like death.
Yeah. Yes, there is actually Vandalia. The events of this game occur in the year 1285, for example. I think I agree with you, Zachariah, but I get why they did it. It also sort of helps to allow them to change the tone of where it would go in the future, you know. We'll see what they actually do with it, if indeed they ever continue the Diablo franchise. Which at this point, who frickin' knows? I freely admit my cynicism has gotten the better of me, and I really legitimately do not expect any significant or substantial news from this year's BlizzCon. Yeah, funnily enough, those time traps, those time stop traps would probably be one of, if you could do that on mass, like in a large scale, would probably be one of the better solutions for dealing with the angel and demon problem long term. Assuming that's even possible.
All must serve the cycle.
Yeah, exactly, Takoda. Hey, Zoltan Ghoul. Hey, got a job for you. Exactly, Suler. By the way, you'll notice almost all of the bosses of these areas are specifically named with unique abilities and whatnot, rather than just generic champion groups. I kind of like that, personally. Helps to add a little flavor to the area.
Weakness consumes you!
That is not possible.
Decay and rot!
111. One of my favorite numbers. Yeah, several people said I should have done this after BlizzCon. That would have just wreaked havoc with my schedule, so that's just not happening. I need to AFK a minute here. A minute. Honestly, that wouldn't even surprise me, Takoida. For all of Zoltan Kuhl's problems, he really should have been a major ally in the I'm going to start spoiling stuff for the players kind of a way. And that is a problem. True, Dakota, true. They'll announce the Diablo 1 remaster, which I would not consider large and significant news. You know, I'm not sure, Zilok. I suppose that would be the Legion announcement.
Get away from the ram!
Well, there's the gates of Pandemonium. Fortress, not the place. Hi, Tyrael. Alright, like I said, I need to be right back, so I'll be right back.
I bear grave news, my friend. The Sliver has revealed Malthael's plan to me, and it is worse than I could have imagined. He means to use the Black Soulstone to capture all demonic essences, even those that linger in human hearts. If the stone is altered to rip the demonic essence out of every man, woman, and child on Sanctuary, they will all die.
Quickly then, we must begin the attack.
Malthael is fundamentally altering the Black Soulstone. It will now pull in all the demonic essence from whatever plane of existence it finds itself in. But mankind is born of angel and demon alike. Every mortal, save myself, has demonic essence as an intrinsic part of their being. Losing that will rip their body and soul apart. I never thought I would return here. Pandemonium was our battlefield for ages on end. Demons' blood saturated this ground, and many angels died defending it.
Why here?
Our battles revolved around the World Stone. I had the Pandemonium fortress built in order to protect it.
You must have searched for Malthael after he vanished.
Malthael kept to himself much of the time, and he was known to leave without warning. Eventually, the Council became concerned. We sent his closest followers to find him. Most of them did not return.
They sided with their master.
It seems so.
You built this fortress?
Not on my own, but it was my idea, yes. The angels raised it around the World Stone many eons ago.
Then you must know another way in.
I fear not. The fortress is always changing, caught between the forces of heaven and hell.
When I was forced to admit my beliefs were wrong, I was lost. I was afraid I would always feel that way. But instead, a sense of calmness has come over me. I'm no longer at war with myself.
And you need never be again. Embrace that peace, and let it guide you. Always.
I thought on what you said, and you may have been right. Can't bear the thought of another friend's death.
But you also cannot bear a life without friends. You are not like me, Hadric. You need people.
I suppose so.
Zai's jewel is here, in Westmarch.
We must pursue it.
Dinner first, then we can go after the jewel. Do not worry. I think it can wait for a little while. Yes, yes, this is the place! The jewel is here!
Shen!
Come back. Where are you?
I mentioned earlier we don't actually know what Shen is. I actually personally do think he's one of the earlier generation Nephilim who's just still around. Not only because that idea appeals to me, but because the place
embraces you
where he ended up imprisoning the gem that he contained Dirgist is a Nephilim ruin. So I may be reading too much into that.
It's just a little fall. Don't worry.
But, you know. Hi, Kid Viper.
Do not worry. I'm just down here. Everything seems perfectly fine. Wait, what is that?
Probably, Tequila. Probably. I've been wondering where you've been this entire Lorerun, Kid Viper. Since, you know, you expressed interest in it more than a few times.
All of this seems so familiar. Like it's happened before. Hey, where are you? You're not lost, are you?
Notice that they're kind of front-loading the comedy of this particular quest. Actually, it's funny you say that, Necrogangster, since, historically speaking, no fully realized Nephilim has ever died of old age. That being said, considering how many ways exist to elongate one's life in this setting, it just wouldn't surprise me all that much if, you know, one of the older Nephilim found a way to elongate his life. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's the route they went with it. Truth is, we have no idea what Shen is. So your guess is as good as mine. Right, to shoot up.
I don't like the look of that.
Gotcha, Kid Viper. Well, that would explain things. Yeah, Zoltan Cool effectively found immortality.
Hurry up and come down here. I'll find the tool myself. Finders keepers.
And he wasn't even one of the old generation Nephilim. He was working at a disadvantage. I mean, spoiler alert, Zoltan Cool survived us killing him, too. So, you know. Or his clone did, is the other possibility, Necrogangster. There's a little bit of debatability about that one. We'll talk about that, don't worry.
Decay and... I do so love a good walk, don't you? It helps me figure things out, such as what I'd like to have for dinner.
Some really good lamb curry would be nice right about right now. Possibly Zastel. Now, what's...
It's so good to be able to show you around again. We really should do it more often, huh? Maybe next time, one of the night markets, huh?
No, thank you, Shen. Anyways, do me a favor, Kid Viper. Watch the very first D3 video sometime, because I spend the first 3 hours talking about gameplay.
The tool isn't far from here. I can almost taste it.
If I'm being honest, Zastil, I'm not sure I think that's what's going on, but that's only because I get the impression that the direction they're going is that death is natural. that death is a part of balance, that death should happen. And if that's true, that would mean that humans do die, get old and die, not because they're wrong or broken, but because they're right, because they are how things should be. I don't know. I don't know which is true.
The jewel.
I was really hoping you'd be there for that, Kid Viper. We really did spend 3 hours just talking about the gameplay of D3. I mean, we did that for all of the games. We sat and talked about the gameplay before we actually started the Lorerun. But I spent the most time talking about D3 because I had the most to say.
That was a worthy foe. Glory. Where is it? Where is it?
Armor directly impacts the amount of damage you take from any non-elemental source. The amount that impacts has changed over the course of D3's history. Last when I played, the actual armor value itself was the least important stat for determining how hard you got hit. So.
I found it. The jewel. There it is. No, this cannot be. It's been destroyed. Durchus is free.
Zai, is that you? You look different.
I believe you are mistaken. I am Shen.
Well, they list all stats separately if you pay attention to Koida.
You are truly our champion.
Zai? Is that you?
Zai is gone, and no more. He's a legend and a myth. The man who stands before you is but a simple jeweler. I have seen the years, and I have loved and lost, and I have grieved and wept.
Whoever you are, you have freed me, and I am happy to have looked upon your face.
And I am filled with joy to have seen yours once again. Farewell, and go upon this last journey.
Or Shen.
What is it, Shen?
Please, I just need a moment alone. Do not worry about me. I will find you later.
And that's why I like that voice actor. He obviously is very good at playing that very particular brand of kooky, yet charming. And he does this in basically every role he does. I really like this voice actor. He's an excellent voice actor. But he also knows how to play serious. He also knows how to play emotionally impacting. And he knows how to not overdo it. Now, don't mistake me. I actually don't mind, over-the-top emotingness as long as it's done properly. But I have so much more appreciation for an actor who can be quiet and subtle in how they get across their voice. And he's amazing. So I just wanted to praise that really quick. Again, because he deserves that praise.
It feels like a lifetime since I last held this jewel in my grasp. Oh, the memories flood back into me. I was a vain fool in my youth. I know it will be hard for you to think of me so, but it's true, though it was a long, long time ago.
What are you going to do?
Well, Durchus has escaped, and it's more important than ever for me to find him.
To be continued. Really, this is one of the dangling plot threads from Reaper. Durchus has escaped. The end.
Leave me alone. I'm getting drunk, and no, I'm not sharing.
Drink will not give you answers.
I already have answers. The bloody thieves guild killed my brother.
You know there's more to it than that. I think you're even less convincing when you're drunk.
And you're even more insufferable.
Still don't have her quest, I would think. Oh, hang on.
I now know that the call is coming from the realm of Pandemonium.
What would draw Lysa's spirit there?
The prophet was a seraph. He may have hidden in Pandemonium to keep his affairs secret from the Angiris Council.
So he could be with her.
I saw her broken body, but the prophet's magic is powerful. He once saved us all. He could have saved Lysa again. Accompany me to Pandemonium. We will find where Lysa's voice is coming from, and perhaps I will uncover the answers I seek.
Well, let's do it. Notice we're in one of those little demi pockets here.
I can hear her so clearly.
Not sure if that's significant.
We shall.
See, this is kind of like what I mentioned with the Covetous Shen dungeon. It's the dungeon Covetous Shen led us to was one of the Nephilim ruins. But they may just be reusing the tile set. It may not literally be in a Nephilim ruin. Same thing here. We're in one of the crystalline plains, but this may not literally be in one of the crystalline plains. I don't know. I can only speculate, I'm afraid.
Cannot be. Sybil?
It was to be a dreamless sleep, but the blackness faded, and dreams I had. Dreams that became nightmares I could not wake from.
Sybil, I am here now. Demons!
Well, it's hard to know lore when no lore exists.
Always the strongest, Arena. Make us proud.
No, do not go. What is that?
The prophet said I would not dream, but I did. At first, they were dreams of color, unsettling. And then I began to hear voices. They called for me, over and over. And then I woke.
I mean, I'd take any excuse to play Cities Skylines, Baronessa. It was going to be my new go-to-sleep game. My new Switch game.
Prophet's magic is strong here.
But I'm still going through Octopath. Which is just getting more and more gameplay negatives the longer I play. Well, Souls of Angels just cease to exist. Soul of Demons go back into wherever it is they spawn from, if there even is one cohesive spot where they spawn from, and then they respawn. Souls of Humans, we're not actually 100% sure. I personally think that we've got a life stream thing going on, that the Souls of Humans cycle back into the life stream of Sanctuary and then enable more and new humans to be birthed. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but there's some little bits of evidence here and there to indicate it. But we're not 100% sure what happens to the Souls of Humans. Now, that being stated, it's also worth noting that Souls of Humans can linger if they die badly.
This place feels so familiar to me.
Or violently, or horribly, or terribly, or corrupted, or cursed, or whatever. Then those souls just linger. That's why we see so many undead, so many spirits, so many ghosts. That's pretty much exactly what happened with Leoric, for example.
The demons surround Lysa. You must find her, Irena.
Lysa, where is she? More demons. Where are they coming from?
That is the current plan, yes, Zakarum. I'm just going to keep grinding my face on it until...
It is good to see you, Irena. I thought I would never gaze upon your face again.
Do not go. I have questions.
Oh, that's a good point, Necrogangster. It's possible that the souls of angels are recycled into the same energy to make new angels. They don't respawn, but they help to spawn a new angel. That would also help with the food cap analogy.
Never showed such a place to us.
Because there would be a finite amount of angel soul energy in order to craft new angels with.
Something holds the spirits of my sisters here. Whatever it is will lead us to Lysa.
We trained, believing that we would fight together. But Irena was the one who was chosen. And we were the ones who must sacrifice to support her. Why her and not me? A selfish question, for I know that if she was asked, she would say yes. So I did.
Exactly, Necro. As far as the humans, not sure. I'd say I don't know if they thought out the full cosmology of the setting, but actually, I think it's actually the opposite. I know that sounds very strange, but of the various mythologies of their major IPs, the Diablo one has had the most effort and work put into it.
Can I still save her?
I mean, it's been fairly well developed and codified, and unlike Warcraft, has never needed a massive series of retcons in order to codify it. They did one big chunk of retcons with Diablo 2, and it's been pretty cohesive ever since.
When we walked, the demons were in our midst. We were not ready. But you slept, Irena. Why?
I would have woken Reza. You must believe me. Are these the demons that killed my sisters?
Yeah, we already killed him, though, Leo Tamer.
You must find Lysa. It is not too late.
Farewell, my sister. This portal will lead us to Lysa.
The Prophet asked each of us in turn before he cast the spell of binding. Our lives for hers. If we declined, we could leave without any thought of shame. We each heard the question and answered the only way we could. Our cause was too important to not make that sacrifice.
Lysa, I knew I heard your voice.
Why did we have to give our lives for you, Irena? What was so special about you? Chosen of the Prophet. Your sisters were willing to sacrifice their lives for you, just as the Prophet intended. But I would not play along. It merely took time for me to find a way out.
I never knew Lysa. The Prophet never told me.
Note she has the model of a succubus. Make of that what you will.
Irena, know that you possess the greatest potential of all your sisters, and so I chose you. They gave their lives so that you could survive and fight in the most important battle to come. They did this willingly, and their sacrifice is not a burden, but a gift to you.
But what do I do?
Live. Fulfill the destiny for which I trained you, and for which your sisters died.
I always thought that Lysa was as strong as any of us, perhaps even the strongest. But she decided that the sacrifice asked of her was too great. How can I blame her? In her place, I might have made the same choice.
No. You would always sacrifice for what you perceive to be good.
But if the price is too costly, goodness is not enough. Perhaps there is a better way.
Now, I do like that little tidbit. So, the Prophet was an angel. We've already kind of established this. And the Prophet decided that she was the one with the most potential, so logically speaking, sacrificing the others to empower her and then bind her so that she would wake up when she was needed was a logical conclusion. It is a very angel way of thinking. It is then thus amusing, and continuing with the trend of Reaper in general, that she then questions the angel way of thinking. The idea that, you know, sacrifice in order to make things better is not necessarily the best possible path forward. That's kind of it, though. We don't really have much else with her,
This was
I'm afraid.
a fine city before the attack. I wish you could have seen it.
Cormac always wanted to bring me here.
You probably shouldn't bring that up with him.
Despite all of this, I find myself with hope for the future.
A future with Irena?
No, no, of course not. I mean, I do find her company stimulating. Yeah, I do enjoy her unique way of looking at things, but I mean, no.
Just talk to her.
What? Well, you know, I mean, she is quite interesting. So, yeah, I suppose so. Perhaps I should. Maybe.
Oh my god. Hang on, I'm actually going to dismiss him.
Journey continues.
But I'm doing it for a reason, don't worry.
You, mentioned that I should speak with Irena. I don't think I can do that.
Why? Lyndon speaks to her all the time.
What? That cad? Oh, she's already seen right through his lecherous ways. Surely he'd have no luck. Would he?
It's not a matter of luck. The choice is hers alone. You do best to be honest.
No, I actually agree to quote it. It wouldn't be surprising to me if the original line was just, no. And Dominic Keating just ran with it because he's Dominic Keating and he's awesome.
Irena? I, was... Never mind. It was of no importance. Yes. Well, Irena, I just wish to inform you that, I've left the Order. I'm no longer a Templar, nor bound by their rules.
What are you saying?
I would like it if... I mean, when this is over, would you consider, adventuring at my side?
Of course I would. I would be honored to fight alongside you. I've been as close to you as I did to my sisters.
Oh. Yes, of course. Sisters. Indeed.
Oh. I am amusement.
I joined a caravan of refugees heading to Bramwell, but we never made it there. Brigands slaughtered everyone. I ran into the forest and hid for days before I dared come out. How am I ever going to find my son?
He's dead. So anyways, let's add some doom and gloom. That was too bright and awesome. We need horribleness.
I spoke with the necromancer Zale. He said that the source of my visions is not necromancy, but something else. He seemed unnerved by it.
I tried to leave the city today, but the gates are all closed. The guards won't let anyone in or out.
What are you going to do?
Stay here and hide, I guess. I am a coward.
Stop that! You're a good man.
Oh, I guess his story isn't going to have its horrific end yet. Don't worry, we'll get there.
When this is over, Tyrael will need to replace those who fell in the Tomb of Rakkus. And he'll continue to train and expand the Order of New Horadrim. With everything I've been through at your side, I think I can contribute to that effort.
Nah.
The people of Westmarch are starting to rebuild the city and bury their dead. Their strength is an inspiration. But there are children that witnessed their family being torn apart. Others climbed over piles of corpses to get to safety. What will they make of the world when they grow up? The city has scars that will linger for generations. Deckard Cain wrote much about the Pandemonium fortress. He kept meticulous notes, drew sketches, and even made some maps. But nothing matches what is there now. The fortress has changed so much since Malthael took over.
As an aside, in response to Azunix, I suppose, speaking personally, I see nothing really wrong with or unusual about the idea that someone who chooses to be alone would nevertheless recognize the correctness of other people not being alone. I have no idea why I think that, of course. I have no personal experience in that whatsoever. Excuse me. Come on. I guess, yeah, whatever. Screw it. Onwards. Oh. I mean, we even talked about this when we were talking to Hadrig and his desire for companionship, of a completely non-romantic kind. The Necromancer flat out said, just because I choose to be alone does not mean that is what should be for you.
Lyndon left a dagger here earlier. I'm guessing you're behind that.
Possibly.
Let me look. It's well crafted for a Kingsport blade, and oh, the hilt seems to be hollow. Someone hid a note inside. Here, you should take it to Lyndon.
Hang on. Gear. Overwhelming. Need to get rid of gear. Get rid of gear. There we go. What do I... Of course I don't.
Making a sale?
Get out of my inventory. Yeah, looks like not. Whatever. Moving on. The hell is my...
returning to town.
Okay. Now you need to be euphemistic, Zakarum. You can't just come out and say it. So I was thinking that maybe... No, that's the Black Ledger. Maybe you and I could peruse... One of my girlfriends from many, many years ago, this is high school, used to say that her particularly favored euphemism was chess. Would you like to go play chess? And I was like, yeah, of course. Took me a little bit to realize what she meant. So we're actually on the ram here, you'll notice.
Tyrael has told me that the winged assassins were once the sages of wisdom. In return for their vow of eternal silence, they were free to roam Malthael's pools of wisdom in the high heavens. Over the millennia, they learned nearly everything about the past, the present, and even part of what would come. But could they have foreseen their dark fates?
Attack the hooks!
Now they could have done more with this, but I do still like this. I think it's a neat little concept and a way to flesh out the engine to do something unique. If anything, this to me feels like the beginnings of what they could really accomplish if they got more creative in the future.
Scatter the hooks! One last strike.
You know, new tech, right? Or not even new tech, but new way of implementing existing tech.
The gates are down!
What achievement is that? Oh, complete in under 90 seconds. Apparently I never did that back in the day.
Pandemonium Fortress.
Looks a little different than I remember.
When I fought Malthael, my sword passed through him like air. He is in a state of death and life, impervious to physical harm. Your magic is not enough. To defeat him, you must channel the power of death, as he does.
No priest of Rathma has ever fully achieved that. How is it possible?
The power of the dead. If you could become one with it, you would be as Malthael is, and you could face him. But you must find a way, quickly. Every moment, thousands die, and Malthael's power grows beyond anything I have ever seen.
So, I don't care for that. As I mentioned, there were multiple explanations given by Blizzard over the course of the years. As for what the heck was going on with that sword scene, this is the explanation that's given in game, that he is impervious to harm, even though that makes absolutely no sense. Like, on almost every level, that doesn't make sense. We can physically and magically harm primevals and archangels, but not Malthael, because he happens to have partially taken the surface aspect of death upon himself. It feels like they were going to go with a different direction and just patched over this chunk of the story with that particular, you need to go get this thing now.
The fortress feels strange and new to me, though I have come here times beyond count as its champion and as its liberator. It changes to match the nature of whoever controls it, but I have never seen it like this while under the control of an angel.
He has become something else.
He is truly the Reaper of Souls. Roll credits. Now, no, Tigzar, I've decided not to just to spite you.
I have found you.
Hey, Orden.
Master, why are you here?
So...
I need to go back.
I mentioned that earlier, Remedy.
This is the wrong hammer, lad. I need the big one.
Right, sorry.
And you, my friend, not a word out of you. Not a single word.
But I wish to speak with Bryson.
You going to distract my apprentice when he has all this work on his hands? Not on my watch. Now, lad, where's that hammer?
Papa! The Prophet knew one truth. Evil cannot be destroyed forever. In time, it rises anew and stronger.
Wise words, though there are many who forget them.
Yes, and that is why I must carry on his mission. But I will not demand the sacrifice that was asked of my sisters. I and those who follow me will not sleep. We will pass on our task from generation to generation, ever vigilant and ready.
You shall take the place of the Prophet.
Who can say what the future holds?
So there's another new religion we just helped found. That's 2 so far, if you're paying attention. Possibly 3.
Hadrig found a note inside the dagger.
Lyndon, I killed him. Come after me if you must. I'll be waiting. Rhea, my brother's wife.
The one you loved.
I don't want to talk about her. Not until this matter is settled. And I know you and I will see it done.
In the expansion. That's another dangling plot thread. Unfortunately, this new religion is not cool. They follow the tenets of absolute death and destruction for all that exists. Unless you pay for our microtransaction plan. Total salvation for only $3.99.99.
If you see my children, please tell them to stop playing games and come home. Supper is almost ready.
Not for them.
Yeah, we're not fooled.
I know I'm of use here in Westmarch, helping the people recover and keeping order. Each must serve in his own way, but I would love to come help with the fight in Pandemonium, if needed.
No, you chill here. You're not a fighter or a mage.
I've never learned precisely why Rakis chose to found his kingdom here. He must have had an important reason, right?
Well, I've actually already answered that, but you know.
Westmarch is currently ruled by Justinian IV. Originally thought to be a callow youth, Justinian came into his own in the years following his ascension to the throne. Rumors still abound about demonic activity surrounding his coronation. But I believe those are simply the product of overactive imaginations, fueled by the ever-prevalent myths of the Zakarum.
I'm not complaining, but your roguish friend over there seems to think he can win my favor.
Who, Lyndon?
He's not worth the trouble.
Please tell the other gentleman you travel with, the armored one, that he's much more to my tastes.
Sorry, he has eyes for someone else. Although he did just get sister zoned.
I've heard that you're journeying to a faraway land now. You won't forget to tell me about any discoveries you make there, will you?
Right. So I believe that's officially all the side quest stuff. I want to show you one thing really quick, though. Now, all of the classes have something here, but the one that I like the most is actually the wizard.
Pandemonium Fortress. When I fought
I did not think I would ever see you again. That voice, could it really be my old master? Or is this some trick?
Look familiar?
Sindra, is that you? I have missed you, my teacher. I need help to defeat Malthael. In his current state, I cannot harm him.
You have learned much since I last saw you, including humility, it seems.
I often long for the days we spent exploring magic.
I remember those days with fondness as well, but I have nothing left to teach you. Nevertheless, you will always be my friend. And you need not ask for my help. It is yours. Myself and the other captured spirits have much power, but not enough for us to break free. If you release us, we may aid you.
Yeah, she died at the hands of an assassin. I actually already mentioned that, unfortunately. Now, I don't know if this is actually the same actress who played her in D2. I meant to look that up, and to be completely blunt, I forgot. But it would be amusing if that was the same actress. So that is the sorceress from Diablo 2, in case you're not aware. Same character. I kind of already told you what happened to her. But as you can see, she shares some thoughts about it as well.
Malthael's going to hear us coming if you keep making all that racket.
Good, Sindra. You were the only one who ever really believed in me.
That's not true. You always believed in yourself. A little too much, if I recall correctly.
I miss you, friend. You were my real family.
And to think you despised me so when we first met. Life is indeed a strange thing, as is death.
Apparently, it's actually the same actress who played the Amazon back in D2, so they couldn't quite get the exact same actress back. They got close. Anyways, all of the classes have someone from their past here. Some of them are fairly generic, like the Demon Hunter gets the previous Demon Hunter and stuff like that. So which specific person you encounter with here is different. And they usually only have one or two specific dialogue trees, which are specific to that class. And I like this because it once again goes back to something I've mentioned several times that I actually personally really enjoy about Diablo 3. That tone thing. Because of the nature of this adds a little bit more tone to the character we're playing. Because Li Ming is actually a character with her own personality, her own backstory, and her own history. And this helps kind of flesh this out without making it be overbearing. And I do enjoy the way they do that for each of the classes. And I said Demon Hunter, didn't I? I meant Monk. The Monk is the one I remember most specifically. And the Crusader, of course, is the previous Johanna. Never seen Necromancers, obviously. which we're about to. As for how the multiple class thing works in lore, I'm not sure why I would have to. I mean, there's just multiple people here, and they each see their own soul. Bam, done. I've never seen Witch Doctor here, so I don't know.
Pandemonium Fortress.
Are we here? Yep, we're here. Okay.
At last, I have found you.
Master, why are you here?
We are reunited at our most dire hour. Many of our priests have fallen.
Even you, Master.
It is as it should be. I have come to aid you in defeating Malthael. You must wield a power beyond what you have ever dreamed possible. But first, you need to free us from our prison deeper in the fortress.
I swear it will be done.
Honestly, if I could just be so bold, I do think it's a bit of a missed opportunity to have more of the class members here. Like, how hard would it be to make this Zool, you know?
This angel commands a power beyond his understanding.
Surely he possessed great knowledge as the Archangel of Wisdom.
Yes, but he sees virtue only in the light, not the balance. Without some measure of harmony between both these forces, we are all lost. The victory he imagines for himself could never come to pass.
Given the way the mythos of this setting works, it's actually entirely possible that if he truly did wipe out all the demons, even though, as we've discussed, that's currently not possible, but if he somehow managed it, what would happen is reality would kilter out of balance with itself and basically self-destruct. We already know this because we've seen this happen multiple times in the past with the various angelic-only worlds or the demon-only worlds, which I've referenced to you earlier. They never bring it up, Leo Tamer. Like, we know Li Ming and Vala were both personally involved in the defense of Bastion's Keep, but as far as specifics...
The truth is that you were not finished with your training when you left us. But I knew that if you'd stayed, you would have died in Malthael's attack.
You said many perished. Why was I spared?
Your life serves the balance, as it always has. But perhaps you see it more clearly now. There is still a great deal you must do before your journey ends.
Oh, by the way, thank you, Magister. Although I don't quite understand your compliment, but I still appreciate it. And hi, Marley, and good night, Adam. So, quick aside here. You know one thing I like about this, aside from the obvious, replayability things? It's dipping the toes into changing the story based on who you play as. Now, I know they've had the different tonality thing throughout the whole game, but this is legitimately like the very beginnings of actually different content based on who you're playing. It's something I enjoyed a great deal about Legion, World of Warcraft Legion, where you would actually get a completely different story based on your class. I like that. And I wish we had more of that, to be honest with you. So anyways, if you want your dose of horror for the day, you see that in the background? That back there? Those are souls. That's how many people are dying across Sanctuary right now. So...
Nephilim. The Black Soulstone journeys through the portal to Sanctuary. Even now it spreads death across your world. And so ends the eternal conflict.
Except not, as we've already discussed. Also, I'm curious if anyone else agrees with me that that was Chaldeum they just showed. Similar concept, Zakarum, but SD3 did a modular, non-modular approach. Like 80% of the game is static, and then there was these certain chunks of the game, which, like if you slotted out, these could be rearranged, and those are the ones that change based on your class. And then the stuff in the middle is identical, pretty much no matter who you're playing as. Anyways, I've heard plenty of people disagree as to whether or not that's Chaldeum. I think that's Chaldeum. So, in case you thought I was being facetious when I said that Chaldeum was screwed...
The Anarchs were among Malthael's most trusted advisors, and his fall to darkness affected them deeply. Gone were their radiant wings and calm, balanced counsel. Now they possess only malice and cruelty, and the insatiable desire to destroy all living things. These monsters were once the most notorious and reviled criminals in Westmarch, drawn up from the deepest, darkest cells of the city's prisons. Each was worse than the last. Heartless murderers who had butchered countless men, women, and children. In death, Malthael birthed them in forms that matched their twisted, callous souls, creating perfect instruments of slaughter. The executioners have earned their name.
Waste not. So, this actually caught my attention because this was one of the first times they really discussed this lore in the games.
They call me a hero. I slew demons beyond count. I won battles and broke sieges, but it availed me nothing. I know that this war can have no victor, only an eternity of revenge, pride, and hatred. Tyrael does not understand. He cannot see beyond the glory of battle. In time he may, but that day is not yet here.
That's Inarius, by the way. Yes, that Inarius. We're going to try to be thorough here because I want to make sure I get every one of those. An
interesting opponent.
Anyways, Leo Tamer, we don't know. Hypothetically, there's nothing to prevent that from being a thing. You know, there's nothing in the setting to prevent that from happening. But we've never seen it happen. Not even hints of it. Even Lilith was not a risen angel. She was still, or excuse me, a risen demon. She was still just a demon.
There must be others who seek a way out of the endless strife. Angels and demons who feel enslaved by our fate. I cannot be unique in all of creation. I know my path. I will find those disillusioned of the war and lead them.
Notice that even Inarius, and this is very important for establishing the tone of Inarius and helping to explain what I've already been telling you, even in his refusal to keep going on with the eternal conflict, Inarius cannot escape his own programming. He does not desire to go find like-minded people to live on and do their own thing and whatnot as free-willed individuals. He says it right there very plainly. I must find like-minded individuals and lead them. As with all angels, he believes that his particular method is the best possible method, and it's what everyone else should do, because it's what best! It's the best thing! This will be to the betterment of everyone. Why aren't you listening to me? So that's how he thinks. And that helps to inform half of why the original Nephilim experiment failed miserably.
My father is content to fight the same battles and the same foes while everything turns to ashes. Those victories might last a day, or a year, or 100 years. The war will never be won so long as he and his brothers lead. There is an end to it, but fools like my father are too blind to see it.
That would be Lilith, Mephisto's daughter. The other half of the equation. I'm trying to be extra thorough because I really don't want to miss these lore tidbits. I've got them all in another character if I have to. But there's a lot of them. There's like 7 each. In fact, I might just go ahead and commit to doing that on another character. Is Lilith evil? Yes. Is Inarius evil? More questionable, but I'd say yes. It would be more accurate to say that Inarius is too good. No, I take that back. I suppose it's hard to actually qualify angels as good. More like lawful.
I was struck down in the third charge. I lay upon the ground, only to wake in chains. I did not know that demons took prisoners. I babbled like a fool about my dreams of escaping this war. My captor freed me and said that we would meet again. Her name was Lilith, daughter of Mephisto.
So did you catch that? By coincidence, Lilith discovered Inarius. Yeah, I agree, Necrogangster. It's easy to call demons evil and angels good because angels overall strive to do more good things, and demons strive to do evil things.
Grave beckons.
The catch is, of course, that both of them go to such extremes that they both tend to be deleterious in their own ways. Now, Ojunik says you can't get all these in one playthrough. I'm actually not sure. But either way, I've got them all in another character, so I'm not too worried about it. We're still going to be trying to be thorough.
I took a prisoner in the battle, an angel whose light was dimming. I brought him to my lair for my amusement. But he surprised me. My touch seemed to breathe life into him. He raved like a madman about how he wished to escape the war. Perhaps I have found someone I can use.
So, you paying attention to that? Remember, Lilith was never actually in love with Inarius. Lilith was looking for a toy at first, and then a tool at second. Oh, jeez, Sakage. They're both so terrible.
Lilith is me, but of fire and flame. I could never have felt this way about a demon while I was mired in the endless war. The strain holds us prisoner to what we've been told to believe. She and I have made plans. We will bring others to our cause, and together we will escape.
You. Man. Someone's talking here, God. I do like how they lower the volume on everything else when the journal entries happen, by the way. It's a very nice, subtle tidbit. They do ducking like I do. As much as I don't usually like ducking, in this case I think it's a very correct choice. Because it means you're more likely to actually hear the journal tidbits. I hate these gateways. They actually freeze you in addition to doing a whole lot of damage. Pretty easy to die to those, let me tell you. Possible to quote it, but like you say, I'm not willing to entertain that. That's at that point. What is reality?
The angel I captured, Inarius, is in love with me. I can feel the intensity of his desire. I told him that we must liberate the World Stone, and then we can be together. We will create something never imagined by those mired in the eternal conflict. A new world.
Now, as much as I want to emphasize that Lilith was not in love with Inarius and was just using him, it is worth noting that she did agree that ending the eternal conflict was the correct choice. But this is also how we see how both Lilith and Inarius are still stuck within their own programming. Lilith was seeking to win the eternal conflict. Inarius was seeking to no longer be a part of the eternal conflict. And, you know, duh. That's hysterical, to quote him. And yes, these can damage enemies. I feel like there's an achievement for doing that. I don't know if I have it. I'm pretty sure the first time I picked up Blink on my wizard was going through here because of those damn archways. Nothing here. What else? Oops. Yeah, my main is technically a wizard, too. I say technically, my barbarian can do higher tier stuff, but my wizard's what I think of as my main. So, Takoida, you and I tend to disagree on aesthetics quite a bit. I'm curious what you think of the aesthetics of the Pandemonium Fortress. The Death Fortress, in other words.
I have trained well. I see now. This is what you spoke of. I feel as though I'm on the edge between life and death. And both will bend at my command.
You are closer to the cycle than any of us have ever been. Use this power to bring us peace.
Yeah. You have given me a great gift, Master.
I give you a challenge. Do not fail.
Yes, I will conquer this land. In the name of peace. Peace through power. So let's see what the blood golem looks like. Wow, that is a really useful spell. I hope he's not ugly and gross. Nice. Ah! Of course he looks like that. But he's so useful. We're not going to use this guy. I can't even unspec him because he's on cooldown. Just pretend he's not there.
We studied the cycle for years, but we did not see the extent of this disaster. There were dark portents after the World Stone shattered. The Masters spent years trying to decipher them. It was clear that something was coming.
If only we had been better prepared.
My apprentice. If we had not made these preparations, you would not be standing before me now.
Huh. So that makes me think maybe you're right, Takoida, that they actually did do a, mutual death thing. I really wish I had Simulacrum, but oh well. I'll get to that someday. Back to a golem, which isn't horrible.
What if I had been defeated and could not reach you?
There are many spirits here, great and small from across the lands. I have instructed them on how to aid their allies, much as I have aided you.
Huh.
Of course. You consider everything.
It is a trait I would like to see in my apprentices as well.
So that would imply that the reason the other spirits are specifically here to train the other classes is because this necromancer spirit specifically instructed and guided them in doing so. Interesting.
When this is over, I shall return to the necropolis. Death Speaker Jordan will know of your actions.
That is impossible. He was one of the fallen.
Then who leads our numbers?
You must show them the way. Ensure that our traditions survive.
Well, okay. Considering Monk was the last class, or second to last class they made for D3, that doesn't surprise me. Last class they finished, I should put it that way. So, I really like the aesthetics of this place in general. Like, I think they did a great job with making this place look like a death fortress. Just my opinion.
Those who follow us are strong in purpose and conviction, but we are only few. Yet if we can obtain the power of the World Stone, it will be enough. We will scale the wind shear slope, steal into the heart of the fortress, and be gone before anyone notices the stone's disappearance.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if Zul is still alive at this point in time. So...
I heard a sound and did not know what it was. I sought wisdom in the chalice, but there was none. The sounds called to me, and I knew them. Human souls, but where?
This is Malthael now. Although, actually... yeah, let's actually do this. Peace. I'm sorry. So I am finally to face Malthael, the latest in a seemingly endless line of most evil beings. Oh yeah, also, so several people have mentioned the idea that the Nephilim will be the villains in D4. The game itself calls that out flatly during the ending, but most of the hinting for that comes in these journal entries, which most people don't even see. To wit, it is now undeniable that mankind is trapped within an insane game that will continue forever unless we put a stop to it. It is past time for us to say, no more. The days of angels and demons threatening the existence of our world must end. Yeah.
Inarius and I stole the World Stone, and now we have a group of renegades to follow us. I have created a new world where we can live in peace, a place of infinite possibilities. Inarius believes that escape is enough. In time, I will show him that even victory is possible. But first, I will give him children.
Can I truly love a demon? When I gave the World Stone to Lilith, I knew I'd been right to seek her all along. We have created a new world. We can live here in peace, away from war. I have named this world Sanctuary. When I see Lilith sleeping at my side, I'm filled with dark thoughts. My sins are real, and I will surely pay for them. We live in peace for now, but it cannot last. They will come for me. But what of my great deeds? When I'm in torment, who will celebrate those? Who will remember Inarius?
Who? Sorry. No, Zakarum. So I actually clarified that earlier, and I don't blame you for not being there for that. There were two types of effects the World Stone can do. It can make something, which is done and gone. You pay the upfront cost, and the product is procured. Or you can maintain something where you're continuously having to pour more energy into maintaining it. The limiter that was on humanity, or Nephilim if you prefer, and the barriers that were preventing the demons and the angels from manifesting in the world, those were both maintained effects. But the planet itself, I keep calling it a planet, the world itself, Sanctuary, that was just a one and done. Fire and forget. Is it not here? It's got to be in a different place then. That was what I wanted to show you anyways. Honestly, Baronessa, I see no evidence of that, especially given what ended up happening between the two of them. I mean, sorry, but no. So I suppose I should clarify. We're not actually 100% certain what exactly happened to Inarius. Lilith was banished into the Abyss, whatever that is, and then, having been banished to the Abyss, eventually escaped in order to try and convert the people. Of course, now I find one of these things. In order to convert the Nephilim to her cause. After which she was defeated by the Nephilim and then banished to the Abyss again.
Can I truly love a demon? When I gave the World Stone to Lilith, I knew I'd been right to seek her.
So, yeah, I just played that. Sorry, guys, I didn't expect I'd get the lore entry. I was playing it safe. Silly me.
I brought myself to Sanctuary, where humans dwell, but the souls did not call me from that place. I searched the breath of creation, always following the sound. Always the sound. And then I understood. Pandemonium, where the World Stone once rested.
File. Some of the enemies here can also knock back you, stun you, interrupt you into the gates, which is always fun. This is my sarcastic voice. Well, it depends on exactly what the Abyss is, what it takes to banish things to there, if it is possible to banish the primevals there, or the lesser evils. There's unfortunately basically no information on what the Abyss is. They consistently refer to it as the Abyss, capital A. But that's about all I got. Some people have theorized that the Abyss is where the demons spawn from. I'm not sure what sense that makes, since if that's where they spawn from, I don't think being banished there is really much of a downside.
Inarius and I stole...
Blah, blah, blah.
I could bring that down.
So the way they use the word Nephilim refers to two separate things, Leo Tamer. Nephilim, which is human beings, or Nephilim, which is the fully realized Nephilim. The superpowered ones, like the player character, like Zoltan Kuhl, like Bulkathos, like Rathma, like Odyssean. All of those were fully realized. Old mobs. So. Yeah, what's funny is Lilith has apparently stayed banished since her second banishment. But, you know. Oh yeah, someone asked about Azeroth and Sanctuary earlier, and I kind of skipped over that question because we were talking about something. He went into the gate. Anything? Nah. It is rather distinct.
I see.
I mean, that would make sense, Dakota. Still nothing. Just batting a million here, aren't we? Not really, Leo Tamer, other than the fact that they are dimensions, which are morphic. That's about all we got. We know both hell and heaven can both be changed and altered more or less on the fly in a fully morphic manner. Oh, here we go.
The souls swirl and writhe. I now know the truth of mortals. All paths lead to death. Whatever their struggles, whatever their triumphs, they die. That is wisdom.
There you go. It is wisdom that all mortals die. So would that mean it's madness to try to be immortal? Oh. Still no. Leo Tamer. I gave my own speculation on it when we had the whole loss of hope thing, about the loss of wisdom thing, about the increase of terror thing, but even those have holes within the canon itself, so... I love replicating mobs.
Grave beckons.
Fine.
The souls of man show their potential for greatness. They can stand for good like any angel in heaven, or they can enact evil worthy of the lowest demon of hell. The power of such a choice should not rest in the hearts of beings who are here for an instant, then flare and die.
So, who should have the choice? Malthael. I think you're right on that, Bragwin. Malthael, more than anyone, would be aware of the fact that he cannot choose anything other than to be what he is. It wouldn't surprise me much if part of the reason why Tyrael is so cognizant of that now, as of this game, is because of his assumption of the portfolio of wisdom. Although, again, we don't really know what that means. Like I was just telling Leo Tamer, we don't really know what that means, if indeed anything, so... Exactly, Takeda. He chose to be good. I think that's everything, other than the area we haven't been to. That's what I just said, Takeda. Now, what would not surprise me is if they ever do... So someone asked earlier, how much faith do I have in Diablo 4 happening? I'd say 50-50 at this point. Like, if you asked me that a couple of years ago, I'd say 100%. And that has just basically shrunk ever since. That being stated... Well, congratulations, spoke of. That being stated, what I would like to see is an analysis of exactly what happened with Malthael. Like, everything he does here, with only a couple of exceptions, makes perfect sense to me, as the idea of the robot that is broken, that has entered a logic loop. But it would be interesting if they were to flesh out this concept, if angels are literally capable of reaching the point where they no longer have freedom of will, or actually have to function at a certain level, or whatever, right? Like, basically, give us more details, because what we have is what I'm showing you now, and that's it. This is really all we have to speculate from. Diablo 3, as much as I enjoy it, and Reaper of Souls, as much as I absolutely enjoy it, introduced a whole lot of new concepts and didn't really spend a lot of time fleshing out those new concepts. So...
The humans cannot be trusted. They are born of angel and demon, but demons pervert whatever they touch. The humans are corrupt and are not worthy of the choice between good and evil. Angels and demons do not choose as it should be.
That line right there is kind of what I'm talking about, by the way. Basically, his statement there is that programming is the correct path. Order is the correct path. Everyone has to follow in their set guideline. Free will should not exist. He posits the idea that freedom of will is actually a negative trait. And that is an extremely angelic perspective, if I might be so bold. Not that I'm aware, Mike ABC, no. The only one who might be having that is Tyrael. And even that, no, Tyrael still acts as an angel in basically every way, other than the fact that he has to go to the bathroom. Now, I actually do agree with Takoida. I feel the narrative of this game, and this expansion in particular, is actually pretty tight. And we could nitpick things here and there, but for the most part, it's a very concrete and very well done narrative, basically right up until we reach Pandemonium, and then things start to break apart a little bit. I have no evidence of this, but once again, I wonder if deadlines and budget and crunch are the reason. We'll see. What'd I get? Huh. Sure. This is it? This is it, I think. Yep. So that right there in the middle is a giant sphere of soul energy. Look at that. Just look at it. Because it looks awesome. However, we are about to see a very awesome boss fight. And then Malthael is going to do something very, very stupid.
The soulstone is a born sanctuary. The blood of demons will soon be gone from all creation. You will be the last of your kind for a few moments. Death comes, Nephilim.
So he has a bunch of attacks. This guy is actually really, really, really hard on higher difficulties. In fact, I would go so far as to say that this boss is the most difficult boss on highest difficulty, in my opinion. This guy's rough. He summons ads. He drops crap on the ground. You actually get 2 health pools to fight this guy because you need it. And then he does something really stupid. And he takes the power of the 7 evils into himself. Or rather, the one evil, the prime evil. So, yay! Then he starts using even new attacks.
Death consumes all.
Including that one. And that one. It is extremely easy to die. Oh, and this one. This is another fun one. This is Whirlwind attack. Yeah. Fun fight, though. I actually really enjoy this fight.
Rathma has blessed me.
Notice how now we can see the other pieces of Pandemonium in the distance. And how most of it's in ruins. You see that? The chains shattered and everything. I point this out because a lot of people have actually missed this. You see all that? The idea here is that the Pandemonium fortress has actually shattered. That it detonated with that. And so the Pandemonium fortress is either gone or currently reforming, one of the two. What do we get? Just really quick. I'm gonna laugh if this is a puzzle ring. Nope. Random ring. Good question, Takoida. Would make sense though, wouldn't it?
Where is the Black Soulstone?
Malthael consumed it and took Diablo's soul.
Then Malthael's death will have released Diablo. He is free.
Yep. And I hate that. Because that's basically the end. Diablo has been released again, status quo maintained. Yay. But let's actually watch the ending first.
The Nephilim had done the impossible. By conquering death, he had redeemed the angels and saved all mankind. In that moment, with victory at hand, I saw the Nephilim in a new light. He is a hero who can defeat the champions of heaven and hell, and a necromancer who protects the innocent. But within him beats a mortal heart that will one day be tempted to corruption. On that day, will he have the strength to resist? Or will he be our doom?
So yeah, like I said, oh my god, the Nephilim will totally be the bad guy in the future game. It's a shame because there's a lot of really legitimately interesting hinting and foreshadowing for that. And then the ending just says it flat out. Anyways, so before we really explore post-game, let's leave it on normal. Let's start to explore post-game. Welcome to post-game.
Thank you for coming here. There are many bounties to undertake nearby.
Hey, Cord. Hope you're feeling better.
You have achieved much in your travels, Nephilim, but the forces of chaos never rest. As you fight these forces, you will gather blood shards. They hold a strange power, though we do not yet know what they are.
Perhaps you can help us find out.
So, in case you missed that, and I already talked about this, we still don't actually know what blood shards are in lore. We do know they are in lore. And there, I got my 628 right there. As I said, the most common theory I hear is that they are pieces of the World Stone. Not sure I believe that, but whatever.
Kadala heard about us during her travels. She is here to help, in her own way.
Or rob us all blind.
Kadala wants to turn a prophet, just like her father Geed always did. Cain told me a great deal about him, and most of it wasn't good. But it is your decision whether or not to buy from her.
Well, I wouldn't, unless you're in the market for some overpriced garbage.
So, really quick, one of the new things they have is blood shards are a currency, which we can take to Kadala.
Fate smiles on you today.
You don't buy specific stuff, you gamble for mystery stuff. Now, this kind of sucks, but at the same time, thanks to the nature of how the game works, if you are specifically trying to get a specific set item or a specific unique, this is by far the best way to do it, because you focus specifically on getting shoulders, and to summarize it, the odds of you getting that unique, at least one version of that unique, whether it's good or not is debatable, are much higher than just running around and killing stuff in the world, even doing bounties or grifts or rifts. So, it's actually kind of a nice system. I do wish it was a little bit more useful. It's not uncommon to, for example, be like, all right, I want to buy mystery shoulders, and to buy an entire inventory worth of shoulders, and one of them is worthwhile. It might not even be the one you want, but only one of them is worth a damn. At a certain point, it's not uncommon to dump all your blood shards and get nothing. I feel like this system could be fine-tuned a little bit better, but I do still think that this is a good overall idea.
Scouts come to me regularly with reports on enemy activity in the surrounding lands. Based on this information, I can send you to the places where your aid is most needed.
Now, this is actually one of the things I feel that they did best with Adventure Mode. Bounties. Honestly, Adventure Mode, if it didn't have the bounty system, would kind of suck. But it does have the bounty system, and I actually already showed this off Saturday, but just to reiterate really quickly, you can go around and do killing names, doing events, and that's it. But, in chests, little mini-quests, all that stuff. Most of these events and bosses are things that are actually events and quests that can randomly spawn within the story campaign. And you'll notice it actually lists the actual story bosses who are there as well. Sometimes you'll get a bounty for them, sometimes you won't. When you finish all the bounty, you get a bonus thing of gold and experience, and of course the bounty chest, which contains some unique stuff which is useful for various other things.
Our journey has been long, my friend. I can see the toll it has taken on you, the weight you carry. I never imagined this burden when we first met in New Tristram, but how could any of us know where our paths would lead? You have conquered many foes, but there are always more waiting in the shadows. It is clear to me now that your duty is without end.
Translation. You could play this forever. Please play this forever. We're never going to make a Diablo 4. And also, yeah, so there's uniques, ancient uniques, and primal ancient uniques.
You chose the perfect time to reform the Horadrim, Tyrael. Our troubles never cease, do they?
It would seem not. Although we lost many to Malthael, there are more who fight to help us at any cost. It is no easy burden to carry the name Horadrim, but some are willing to bear it.
Well, if you ask me, I think it's going to be 3 days, 2 hours, and 15 minutes, and 42 seconds before the evils, I don't know, spoke of. So we're just going to chill here for a second. Come on. Usually it doesn't take even this long. Yeah, let me leave and come back. Maybe that'll help. I actually already answered that question just a few minutes ago, Harriet. I'd say 50-50 at this point. Blizzard's direction lately seems to be a lot more status quo and a lot more focusing on other ventures. Yeah, Yeah, I think you're right, Zestil. Let's talk to him about this really quick.
I remember the certainty I felt when I chose to fall from the heavens and become mortal. I knew it had to be done, though I underestimated the weakness of this flesh and blood. You have accomplished much, my friend, though it has not been easy. I wonder whether I could have achieved more if I possessed my old strength. Still, so long as we prevail, I suppose it is not worth dwelling on.
I would say the former in both cases easily, Gord. I don't even have to think about that. Oh, the cube's already there. Okay. So hi, Zoltan Ghoul. How are things? Would have been nice if I could have done the quest, but apparently I can't. I have an idea. We'll have to do that.
Greetings, Nephilim. I can create a rift so you might test your skill in battle. But first, I require a keystone.
So, grifts.
Ancient Nephilim tested their worth by fighting through enchanted realms. It was I who opened these rifts for them. That was my calling, and I always answered it. Then, for many years, there were no Nephilim who had need of me. I am glad to be of use again, champion. Only the most powerful of Nephilim can enter the rifts, and they are the ones who can summon me from my rest. I passed many years in silence and darkness before you arrived, and yet you are different from your ancestors, are you not? I shall take great interest in your actions.
So I kind of like that idea. The idea that basically the Nephilim used to regularly train by entering what are functionally pocket dimensions, these rifts. As an aside, you'll notice that he's been asleep for an extremely long time, even though there have been several what I call fully realized Nephilim since then. Although most of that can actually be explained, since most of them wouldn't be interested in this, or weren't around long enough for him to really start being active again. It took until we actually saved the entire world, twice, for him to finally be active here in lore, so...
Lead the way to glory.
I didn't mean to do that.
Let us fight this evil together.
I actually like to think that, Zestil. That's pure headcanon, but I like to think that all of the rifts are made of the pieces of failed worlds, just kind of jammed together, in a temporary way, too. That's why they dissipate as soon as we leave. The rift closing thing. So, I need to go to Act 3, I think. Yes. Not that I'm aware, Harian, no. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. So this is some fan service. This should look familiar to anybody who's played D2. In fact, if you could see, the blood splatter is still there, even though that makes absolutely no sense. The gate is all rusted. Or the bridge.
Baal has invaded Sesharon, but we will fight until we are no more. For we are all that stands between him and our sacred mountain. And I swear, by the blood of Bolcathos, hell will pay dearly for each of our deaths.
Sure thing, Nazgrim. So here's what's left of Sesharon. Remember, Sesharon was basically smashed in between Act 4 and Act 5 of Diablo 2. We only saw a little bit of it when we saw the cinematic where Baal goes and kills the guy out in the area we were just showcasing. Also note the music is kind of stylized like Act 5's music. It may not actually let me go in here. Let's find out. I don't even know at this point, little Billy. Should it have it? Yes. Yes. Will it? I have no idea.
You are mine now!
The smell of wild Khazra is terrifying, but at least they are firmly in the world of flesh and blood creatures. The Ice Khazra lack any scent at all, and this makes them seem not of this world. I did not think anything could make me more miserable than I already was, being dragged from camp to camp by ignorant cultists. Then, these ice porcupines began to show up in the night to harass me with their ice quills. Unfortunately, being caged, I could not beat them off with my shoe.
Truly the deadliest weapon. A shoe. But yeah, a lot of questions about Diablo 4 I can't really answer because they really rely on faith, which I just am losing on a rapid basis.
Chief Elder Kanai was the best of us. He could have been the next immortal king. None have come close to bringing the tribes together since Warrusk. But Kanai could have been the one to change that with his indomitable spirit. Though as strong as 3 warriors, his true strength lay in his compassion.
Hear that, guys? As long as you're a nice person, you can do anything. Right. I don't know, Zastel. I'm trying.
Revel in your victory, my friend.
Pretty impractical, I'm afraid, Arya.
We showed Baal and his army what it meant to fight true warriors. But when Kanai was killed, it froze the spirits of our bloodied ranks. That was when the battle was lost, for he was truly our king.
Now, that being said, I'm not saying it's impossible. I actually have no idea if people have been working on that or not. One nice little tidbit is that the guys who spawn stuff on the ground, that stuff goes away once they die. However, the consequence is that stuff also stays until they die. Yeah, what Takoida says is true. It would literally be easier in every way for a fan to make an emulator of the Switch to play, you know, the Switch version of Diablo 3, than to make a version of Diablo 3 PC which could play offline. I have some vague hopes that someday Blizzard will patch in an offline patch for it. We'll see.
Dren, the last of our seers, prophesied the darkness would soon pass. He was wrong. Mount Arreat exploded and took our souls with it. Many of our dwindling number were lost that day to madness and worse. They are the unclean.
Damn. I mean, I hate to point this out, Spokov, but when Bastion Keep, which is a province and keep of Westmarch, was being attacked by a massive demon army, they still didn't send aid. So... Politics got a politics, yo. Yeah, what demon army? There's no demon army here. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Get out of my way.
Do not fear the end.
The years wear on us all. Only a few still live. But we have made a good account of ourselves, killing all but the most vicious of the flesh eaters. To think they were once our kin. As long as even one of them still lives, we are all shamed.
Flesh, drool. Now I want donuts for some reason. Anybody want some donuts? That would be awesome right about now. It's Artha's. No, no flesh donuts, just regular donuts. Although I hear German donuts are really good. One thing I like about D3 is even though there technically is no such thing as indoors or outdoors, they do a lot of visual and coding tricks to try and emulate indoors and outdoors.
Must serve the cycle.
Die, Khazra swine. Die, Khazra swine.
Die, Khazra swine? Ha!
Die, Khazra swine. Die, Khazra swine.
You know, I'm not even level 70 yet.
Continue clearing the vermin out of Secheron. Your companions need me. We had no idea there were still other warriors in this world. These Khazra swine never could have taken us if we had not been busy tending to the wounds we earned, slaughtering cannibals. You have earned my protection for a time. Enough talk. The enemies of my people need killing.
I'm with it. Anyways, so I'm kind of with you, Zakarum, but at the same time, it was such a rare and inconsistent thing that I kind of prefer the cosmetic stuff we get in D3, most of which you can get just in-game, rather than, you know, the occasional set-piece thing in D2. I would rather both, of course, but, you know, whatever, I suppose. Neither? Regibrock?
Consumes you.
This creature is the most unsettling of all the natural denizens of Sanctuary. The male of the species carries the eggs, which the female deposits on his back. In their larval state, they burrow into the male's back, creating visible protrusions. They eat their way out of these protrusions when the host is attacked.
So apparently, when I say German donuts, what I mean is Fastnachts and Schmalzkuchen. Also Berliners. So that's what I'm referring to when I refer to German donuts. They usually get grouped up in a single category if you get them in a bakery here. So anyways, we're not actually in the past. This is just some of the surviving barbarians who are trying to kill the, you know, the cannibals who are left of their insane peoples. That's all.
Disorient.
If I could change one thing about the D3 story, only one thing.
Challenge lies before us.
Well, I can't speak German. I'm sorry.
All must serve the cycle.
What do you guys think? What would you, if you could change one thing about the game's story? What would you change?
Well done.
Yeah, only one is just way too few.
And rot.
However, if I had to pick, I would change the finale and ending of Reaper of Souls. That's what I would do. Polish up and change what happened with Malthael, with the Primeval, with the Black Soulstone, to smooth over that entire chunk of the story. And make it so the ending isn't so, but now you will become the bad guy in the next game. You know.
Beckons.
I mean, I feel like I've already explained that Blue Walrus as we've been going through this run. Top 5? Oh, so I've already listed my top 1. Number 2, I would make Azmodan an actual character. That really bothers me. 3, I've actually already told you how I would change Kane's death. Whoa! Hang on. Ugh. Well, anyways. No, I was just a... frustration is what that was. And finale. The finale needs polish. Like, a lot. Kane's death. I've already said how I'd redo that. I would fix the amnesia of Tyrael. I've already said how I'd do that. Making Azmodan an actual character, and I've already said how I'd do that. And if I'm honest, I think the 5th thing was I think I would add an entirely new story element to the game. Whoops, wrong character. I would add more fleshing out of the demons. Like I said. I would do something more with them. Show a demon who is turning good. Show a demon who has shifted sides. Show a fallen demon. Something. I don't know what you're talking about. You are truly an... Oh, I can't see leaderboards here. I definitely don't have the Overwatch symbol right there or anything like that. Well, yeah, like an Ascended Devil or something. I feel like there's something you could do with the demons rather than just... They're always evil and usually not a character. At this point, I don't know, Zakarum. What was I going to show off? Oh, yeah. Although at this point, whatever. So, here's a normal rift.
Done.
I probably should have
Embrace your power, and you will survive.
So one of the things they added for the rifts is mega pylons. Each of these still have the same basic power-up mechanics of the other pylons, just much, much, much stronger. They usually last a lot less time, too. Now, the way a rift works is actually quite simple. You have to kill things. It doesn't necessarily matter where you kill them or what you kill. You'll notice I'm not getting any drops whatsoever. I don't get anything from killing in a rift. The only way you benefit from a rift is when you conclude a rift. Yes, there's several things that interact with the pylons in particular. So you see the bar kind of filling up there?
Your defenses are nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently I'm thinking of grifts. My bad. So apparently you don't get loot in grifts. Jesus Christ. But you do get loot in rifts. Apparently. I'm actually really weirded out by this. Because for the most part, they aren't dropping anything. Just cash. Anyways, back when I used to actually do rifts on a regular basis, the usual method we would have to do this is actually quite simple. look at the area we're in. The tile set, right? If it's a good tile set, you know, it's a tile set that has lots and lots of enemies, or is easy and quick to navigate, sweet. If it's not, try to get through it as quickly as possible and just get it over with. Oh yeah, you can also get these orange orbs, which the champions and whatnot drop. Those give bonus completion for the rift. Yeah, I honestly, I probably should have turned it even down from Torment 1, because I'm just trying to show it off. I don't actually care about gear.
I am unstoppable.
Well, apparently the rifts can spawn the cow level. I actually have not seen that myself. I know it exists. Never seen it. Fire mage, fire mage. Anyways, this is a rift. I don't really feel like finishing this. Once you finish filling out this bar, what happens is it spawns a boss, and the boss is like, whoa, and he's the one who drops the real loot, the real purpose in doing the rift. Now, I'm actually not going to show you a grift, because I really don't feel like it, but grifts are timed. Grifts are a race to get through and finish, and grifts don't drop any loot until you conclude it. And then once you conclude it, you get mega loot. And the higher the grift, the better it is. There's actually a specific chart somewhere, at least there used to be, which showed like which grift level was equivalent of which difficulty level. And considering that grifts are already up into like the 120s, I imagine we're up to like Torment 30 or something like that at this point. Or relative equivalent. They keep scaling up. To my knowledge, they actually scale up functionally infinitely. Like, the math and formulas are set up to keep scaling way beyond what we've ever reached and probably ever will reach.
Thank you for coming here.
So, yay. So that's Rifts and Grifts. Oh, it is? Oh, hang on, let me... I don't want to waste a key. Well, whatever. So... Eric isn't on. I guess we're basically done. We've finished the story. There's not a lot to show off in Adventure Mode that I haven't already showed off. Because Adventure Mode is basically gameplay, and I've already shown off... I spent 3 hours showing off the gameplay of this game back on Saturday. So I hope you've enjoyed this lore run. I've enjoyed going through it despite being sick. I'm going to be spending the next couple of days catching up on YouTube stuff, but I do hope to see you guys either Friday or Saturday, because we're going to be doing... Oh, that's true, I haven't shown off the new areas. God damn it. Hang on. I forgot about the new areas, because I haven't actually seen these yet. Not really. This is new to me. So... This is dimensions being smashed into each other, as you can see here. It actually even says the specific area that you're in, which I find funny. A Guild Wars lore run? Extremely low chance right now. Now, when I finish all of the lore runs that I currently have on the docket, I will consider doing so. But as of right now, I'm not even willing to entertain the idea of additional lore runs, not until I finish all the ones I've already committed to. But with the dimensions spilling over into each other, Dakota? Anyways, to finish what I was saying about Red Dead Redemption.
You dare attack me?
So Red Dead Redemption shows up sometime Friday. If it shows up early enough, I will go ahead and start streaming it Friday. If it does not, then we will start streaming it Saturday. It's currently scheduled for Saturday, so pay attention to my Twitter, I guess. Or just follow here.
If only they could see me
If
now.
I did a lore run of Guild Wars, I'll tell you one thing, it would not include Guild Wars 2. Absolutely not. And to be perfectly blunt, even Guild Wars 1, I'd be a little bit hesitant to because I can't cheat in that game. And some of those missions can get absolutely insane.
How does that
feel.
So here we are. Halls of Agony. What I do like about this is this kind of shows off the nature of the engine and how relatively modular it is. Just being able to add a new effect to graft it onto other chunks of tile set at the same time. So I think this is a cool thing. Oh, I have very broken builds, Zastil. But it doesn't matter. It's Guild Wars. So this is the upper realm of fate. There's also the lower realm of fate. Yeah, my ritualist is stupid in Guild Wars 1. So as you can see, we're now
I
in...
am so good. I astound myself.
Gotta get it into the place. Guild Wars 2 has too many obstacles in the way of doing a lore run of it. I think that's the simplest way to say that. There's the Meteor Pit, even though that doesn't make any real sense.
Your defenses are nothing.
But yeah, in order to do a lore run of Guild Wars 2, what I would really need is access to a dev console.
A good shot!
Or an inordinate amount of time. And I have neither. Yeah, she's a little prideful. Anyways. So we've also got this area. Same general thing. It's just a cool little mechanic. There's not a huge amount of lore, by which I mean there's almost no lore in most of these areas. There's a little bit lore in the Ruins of Sescheron, which I basically already showed off. There's a little bit of lore in Grey Hollow Island. A tiny little bit. Yeah, I'm actually aware of that, buddy of mine. And Pax and I were talking about that, and I was just like, yeah, good on him, because I'm not doing that. I have other aspects of my job than just Guild Wars 2. Yes, I do have the new mattress, and it is good. Thank you for asking, Ariane. I've had far less back issues over the last few weeks.
The Sasquatch were once men, changed by the evil of the island into the monstrous beasts they are now. Or, wait, did I change that? Benedictus est res maximum est, nostra digni gratia tuae amor.
So this is Cthulhu Island.
What have you... Wait, we've done this before, haven't we? You must submit, or everyone will die. Why do you fight me?
Everyone is calling me a hero now. If they only knew. No hero does the things that I have. And for what? They think that I have freed them. But I have damned us all.
So yeah, this is Cthulhu Island. Well, apparently this isn't Cthulhu Island. I think of this as Cthulhu Island. It's a random haunted island filled with random haunted stuff that is random and haunted. It just screams Cthulhu to me. Anyways, I'm going to stop, because I really have nothing else to share here. So, I do hope you've enjoyed the lore run, even though we kind of petered out at the end there. I have to go deal with editing, which is going to be a colossal pain in the ass. But regardless, I do hope you've enjoyed. Legit. I'll see you guys next time.